guys, I'm going to give you a special edition here of the Focus Group podcast. This is for members only. This is a part of my conversation with NBC national political correspondent Marc Caputo of Florida. We talked about the recent FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. We have sound from two different groups. One, a group that voted for Trump in 2016 that did not vote for him again in 2020 from Pennsylvania. And then we have another group from Florida, which did not vote for Trump in 2016, but did vote for him in 2020. And we asked both those groups about the FBI raid, and Marc and I discussed it. And so we're going to release this to you early and exclusively for Bulwark Plus members. Please enjoy. I want to turn now, Marc Caputo of NBC, to a big Florida story that has been unraveling over the past few days. The FBI raided, I guess we're going with raided, Mar-a-Lago on August 8th.
I think it's a raid.
Okay. And we did this Florida group the very next day before the warrant was unsealed. We also did another group from Pennsylvania of Trump to not Trump voters. So they were Trump voters in 2016, but refused to vote for him in 2020. And in both groups, these were both after this raid happened, so we asked about it. They were very skeptical of the FBI. They thought that the raid was only going to help Trump. You might be shocked, but I wasn't. I suspect you weren't too.
Nope.
That this Florida group did not think the raid was legitimate. Let's listen.
I mean, why haven't the Clintons had an FBI raid? Are you kidding me? Like, really? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I think it's completely politically driven. Absolutely.
Hunter Biden smoking crack with prostitutes on video.
So he's the current president. I don't want to get in trouble.
Hunter's not the current president, but...
No, but his dad.
I think he probably did take documents, but at the same time, I still think it's politically driven.
I'm at that point where I don't know who to trust because everything is so deeply corrupt for so long.
I was surprised there was no independent counsel.
So that was the Florida group. Now let's listen to the Pennsylvania group, which was people who voted for Trump in 2016, but then refused to vote for him in 2020. And so not a huge MAGA group. And yet they too were pretty skeptical of the FBI and seemed to think that this raid was actually going to help Trump.
If it's simply because, he may have taken some stuff from the White House, like the National Presidential Records Act, and that's all it is, then it's going to blow up in their face. It'll basically prove that everything Trump's been saying is right now, that they're going after me, they're going after you, they're going after their enemies. If it's simply all about, he took a few documents, it'll just make everything that Trump said true. It would show that, the Democrats are illegitimate and that they only care about going after their enemies and that they're going to use the FBI to go after their enemies.
Trump actually has, the warrant, so he knows what it's about, but he's not releasing it. So that's just Trump being, because he sees everybody else rallying behind him.
They just want to find a reason to prevent him to run. I have a serious distrust in any authority. It's just, I don't know. I know inherently probably most of the boots on the ground FBI people are upstanding citizens who took an oath and wanted to be FBI agents since they were kids, just like police officers. But I have a hard time believing it when it comes to something like this.
There's other ways. There's subpoenas. There's other ways to get it. I mean, a raid, if that's what it's about, it's over the top.
From what I understand, all of Obama's boxes and all of his documents are sitting in an abandoned restaurant warehouse in Chicago. Why isn't that being raided? Why aren't they going to get all those presidential? It's supposed to go into the presidential library.
So let me ask you, what do you think this FBI raid of, and there's still a lot we don't know, but this is everybody's wondering, does this help Trump? And everyone's calling me to be like, well, what are your focus groups saying? But this group in Florida, they were really down on the FBI, thought it was politically motivated, a lot of whataboutism. You hear the Hunter Biden stuff. Do you think that it's going to help Trump?
Well, certainly in the short term, it consolidates his standing in the Republican Party. I was going to mention this in my discussion of DeSantis. And for me, it's the coup de grace on my previous analysis as to why he's not going to run against him, is that there is now a rallying around the chief effect. it's just difficult to see any Republican challenging him at this point. I mean, maybe Pence will. So, yeah, I think in the short term, there's that. Now, of course, things could change. Who knows? Maybe the documents could come out. The evidence could come out showing any number of really terrible crimes from the president. I'm not going to speculate on what they are, but there's a lot of rank speculation out there on Twitter. If that turns out to be well-founded and irrefutable, then yeah, sure. I see that hurting him. Long-term, Donald Trump's biggest problem in 2020 is that he is chaotic and exhausting. And Joe Biden's biggest asset was that he was boring and normal. And so people in 2020 chose boring and normal over chaotic and exhausting. Now, there's been certainly a hit to Biden's favorability ratings because another thing he ran on is being competent, and all of these various problems came up, from Afghanistan to inflation. We can debate later who's to blame for that or how he should have handled it or messaged it. So he certainly took a hit. But, it's 2022. It's basically 2 years after the presidential election, and we are still just completely consumed by Trump. And so I wonder about the degree to which that kind of here we go again exhaustion factor is going to surround Trump in a general election going forward. Now, we got 2 more years to go. Who knows? So I don't see this being helpful to him in the long run. But, there are just so many unknowns as to how this happens. Does he get charged? If he gets charged, does he get convicted? It's hard for me to see him get convicted just because of impaneling a jury. But I don't know all the evidence, right? I mean, if there's just clear and beyond the shadow of a doubt evidence, then yeah, all of that stuff changes. But just to put a kind of finer point on it, short term, big benefit to Trump. His poll numbers are up in the Republican Party. His fundraising went gangbusters. Everyone's talking about him. That's what he likes. Long term, I don't see how this really helps him.
So I agree with this. I think this is the correct analysis based on what we know right now.
Right.
The idea that he's going to be successfully prosecuted, I think, is probably a little far-fetched. But the idea that he's established as a national security threat, pretty good. But these voters, even the ones who maybe have been drifting away from them, it is causing a kind of rally around Trump effect. And that includes DeSantis.
Right.
It includes elites in the party who I think would love to see Trump locked up. DeSantis as the understudy. They don't have any room to maneuver the way that they'd like in terms of their own national profiles as long as he's the one crowding the stage. But they're certainly going to vociferously defend him because, again, they're not trying to challenge him. They're trying to be his understudy. And so it does have this short-term benefit. What do you make, though, of the thinking, such as it is, about when he gets in the race? Do you think it makes him move earlier?
It may. The problem here is trying to predict the mind of Trump in such a dynamic environment, right? I think if he hopped in now, he would look a little too nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And so he wouldn't want to look weak. But it certainly encourages him to announce sooner than later. The question is does he do it before or after the midterms? I still think it's likelier than not he announces after the midterms. I think does this affect the Justice Department's calculations on when to charge, if they plan to charge? Do they want to charge a former president who is an announced candidate for president and is the likely nominee for his party? So I also wonder to what degree Merrick Garland is looking at this. I mean, people will say, well, no, he's not. He's an institutionalist and the like. And because he's an institutionalist, the attorney general, I imagine he's going to be giving this a lot of thought. And as a result of him giving this a lot of thought, it gives Trump a little more time to decide when to announce.
Yeah. So my dime store analysis on this is that I thought that Trump might jump in early because I assumed that they're running focus groups themselves, lots of polling, and that he was seeing the same thing that I was seeing in a lot of the work that I was doing, which is that people were starting to look around for other people.
Right.
They were worried Trump had too much baggage.
Right.
And his reason for jumping in had more to do with less trying to avoid legal trouble and more to do with no, me, everybody look at me.
Exactly.
And this sort of gives him that opportunity for everybody to look at him and for the party to rally around him without him having to get in.
Exactly.
And so I think
I didn't think of that. I think you're 100% right.
it does give him, like you said, sort of that
More time
to maneuver. And obviously the party's not eager to have him jump in prior to the midterms because they don't want to make it about him. But this allows you to get all that benefit of the anger that people feel. And this is the number one takeaway, I think, from all the focus group work I've done is the total collapse of faith in institutions, right? Like nobody trusts the FBI. And that includes people who didn't really like Trump and didn't vote for him again in 2020, but they don't trust the FBI. They think things are politically motivated. That's something that's different, like with Nixon or just different times where people were like, oh, well, if the FBI is going to prosecute you, you must have done something really bad. And now it's much more like, who can trust the FBI? It doesn't matter to them that Wray, the FBI director, was appointed by Trump. None of that matters, right?
Right. I'm fond these days of quoting William Butler Yeats's poem, The Second Coming, where the phrase things fall apart comes from. And he says the center cannot hold, the best lack all conviction, and the worst are full of a passionate intensity. I think that centrifugal force of our politics, where things have eroded in the center and spun out of control and are gyring around, really speaks to the political moment that we're in. I remember in 2014, I remember hearing Hillary Clinton give a speech in Miami about the disintegration of trust in institutions. And it was a really good speech, actually. It was one of the more interesting political speeches I had heard. And it's true in spades now. The question, as kind of like a court watcher, is normally a search warrant in a federal investigation is done as a means to an end. The means being the search warrant, the end being a conviction or an indictment. The question here is, does that search warrant actually function as an end in and of itself, where the federal government was in this tussle, in this dispute with Donald Trump, and finally was like, we're just going to go there at the point of a gun, and we're going to take back these documents. We've got the documents now. Yeah, we've crossed that Rubicon, but we're going to call it a day. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I always like giving William Butler Yeats the last word. So, Marc Caputo.
We'll do the Lita and the Swan next time, I think.
Marc Caputo, thank you for being such an interesting guest. I really appreciate you being here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're talking Florida. It used to be one of the swingiest swing states, but now, just like a Florida tourist, it's getting redder every day. Florida has become a bit of a beacon for conservatives of late. It's Trump's home state, and it's apparently where he keeps all of his presidential souvenirs, such as the country's top secret national security documents. It's also home to Trump's biggest potential political rival, Ron DeSantis. The focus group we're discussing today is comprised of people who didn't vote for Trump in 2016, but did vote for him in 2020. A couple of them voted for Hillary Clinton, but most either didn't vote in 2016, went third party, and then there was one guy who wrote in Marco Rubio. So they're not hardcore Republican or MAGA partisans. My guest today is the best Florida man in the National Political Press Corps, Marc Caputo from NBC News. Marc, thanks so much for being here.
Well, thanks for having me, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Did you like my joke about the Florida tourists?
I did.
Okay, because you didn't laugh out. So it must not be laugh out loud funny. It's just kind of.
No, it was. I liked it. Yeah, there's a type of tree that grows in South Florida called a gumbo limbo. It's red and it peels, and that's why it's called a tourist tree.
Yeah.
I thought of that instantly.
Great. So listen, you know Florida better than most people. DeSantis eked out a victory there in 2018, but I suspect the state has changed a lot in the last 4 years. He seems likely to cruise to victory this time. Just what's your take broadly on what is going on in Florida over the last few years?
It's a combination of factors. I think it's partly just a fulfillment of kind of the inverse of what many people came to believe during the Obama era about how demographics is destiny. At the time, there was all this talk in 2008, 10, 12 about the ascendant coalition, et cetera, nationwide, and how that was going to buoy Democratic prospects. But when you start to look at Florida, we're a state that's really built as one of its cores outside of tourism on having retirees move here. We're really the eldest state in the nation, percentage wise. I think Maine beats us out, but it's Maine. And when you look at the people who move to Florida, why do you move to Florida? Well, you have the money, and a lot of people don't want to pay the taxes. And usually that correlates with them being obviously old because they're retiring here. And if you're old and you have a lot of money and you don't want to pay taxes, you're generally going to be white. Well, old, white, and rich kind of correlates pretty closely with Republican. And on top of that, there's been just a division, an increasing racial division in our politics where more and more white voters are voting Republican as well. And then on top of that, you have Latino voters, Hispanic voters are starting to trend more Republican. And there are different Latino communities here, which I can go into in great depth if you so choose. So when you layer those things on top of each other, you stack those things on each other. And then you look at the Democratic Party, it's just been pretty hapless. They haven't necessarily had good candidates. They've done a poor job raising money, organizing, seizing their advantages. And especially when it comes to Latino voters, some of the national progressive ascendance in the Democratic Party has helped the Republican cause in wooing away more Hispanics to the Republican fore. And what I mean by that specifically, I live in Miami-Dade County. It's the largest county, the most populous county in the state. It's also the one with the greatest number of people who are born in another country. 50%, 50%, more than half of our population actually has been born in another country, mainly throughout Latin America. And when you look at the polling and you talk to even Democrats who understand the electorate here, they say the combination of Bernie Sanders in 2016, AOC in 2018, their embrace of democratic socialism, just the word socialism, and then Bernie Sanders' return in 2020 was really sort of a toxic combination, at least in the perspective of the Democratic Party, in that it gave Republicans purchase and ability to more persuasively argue to people of Cuban American descent and heritage, as well as Venezuelan, Colombian, and Nicaraguan, that, hey, these folks are leftists. They're not with you. They align with those strongmen dictators or rebel guerrillas you fled, or your ancestors, your parents fled in these various countries. Stick with us. And so those things have kind of combined together to lead us to where we are today, not just in Miami-Dade, but in the rest of the state.
Yeah, so that all makes sense to me and it tracks. Although, what's interesting to me about the focus group that we watched together is that these were people who didn't vote for Trump the first time.
Right.
I really like groups like this because I think it tells us a lot about the ways that Trump kind of changed the party. And one of the things that struck me was there was a bunch of people in this group, right? So like I said, there was two people who had voted for Hillary Clinton. The woman who was probably the most MAGA had been a Clinton voter, and she was just like, I wasn't following politics before, but then Donald Trump happened, and I started following politics. Now I'm super into it. And she sounded very much like a modern day Trump voter. But the rest of them were kind of like pulled into politics by Donald Trump, right? Like
Right.
He added people, and these were all Floridians. He basically took people who were like, yeah, I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics, or I didn't vote before, or I didn't vote in 2016 because I was like, both of these people are terrible. So I wrote in Marco Rubio, but they were all on board with Trump now. And so is there something about Florida that makes it super responsive? And I'm going to use this to transition here to DeSantis pretty quickly, to this combative style of politics.
Perhaps. I mean, one of the things we can say is a lot of money was spent here by Democrats, Michael Bloomberg especially, to defeat Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, in turn, spent a lot of money not to get defeated here. Normally, when a presidential campaign is run, it divides up sections of the nation into regions. So there's a Northeast region, and there's a Southwest region, and there's a mountain region. For the Southeast region, Trump actually broke off Florida into its own region to give you an idea of how much he focused on it. But beyond that, there is a kind of, and I understand we're a suburban state, so I don't want to make this sound as if we're all walking around with coonskin caps and muzzle-loading guns, but we are sort of a frontier state. We have a frontier mentality. This is a place where people go to sort of reinvent themselves. Florida hustles. It's a place where people come to not only from the rest of the nation, but from other nations to participate in the American dream. It's very much a get the money, get rich quick sort of place. Like Miami, where I live, this is the kind of place where you can be with someone who suddenly has like hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million overnight. The last thing you're doing is ask the person how they got it, because you don't want to get deposed or interviewed by the police. So, but the reality is this is a place where you have hardworking people, don't get me wrong, people who want to hustle and make it big. You got criminals, shysters, hucksters, all of that sort of mixing together here. It's a very dynamic place. So if I'm to guess and say, well, what is it about Donald Trump that appeals to Florida? It's that, like, I'm here, I'm living my own reality, I'm reinventing myself. I am who I am. And you know, if you don't like it, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
You heard in the focus group, what's really interesting, especially when it comes to Trump and DeSantis, what do they like most about him? They're kind of incoherent about policy.
Totally.
Right? But what they loved about both of them is they love their attitude.
Yeah, it's all vibes.
Right? Like he doesn't back down. And like people don't want to be kind of pushed around here. This is a big gun-owning state in part for that reason. So there it sort of tracks if I have to guess.
All right, so it's a perfect transition. Let's get into DeSantis here. Everyone in this group saw DeSantis, and not just in this group, but nationally, if we're grading it by how many reporters call me to ask what people think about DeSantis in the focus groups, you know, and he's having a real boomlet here. They all think of him as a 2024 contender. And so we asked the groups to grade DeSantis. Everyone gave him an A or a B, although most, I would say, were in the A range. So let's listen to what these voters had to say when asked about DeSantis.
I think he is a man that stands for something. I think he knows what he wants to see, and he sticks with it and says, I believe in this, this, and this. And that's what I'm going to lead with in every decision I make. And I can really respect that. I think he's done a hell of a job through COVID. He kept us open. I think he's fantastic.
I worked for the JAG Corps. And so I respect that he was a naval officer in the Navy and a lawyer, obviously. And I like that he's not a pushover. I don't want a soft guy. I want him to be forceful and stand up to people. I don't want him to be like a Biden, where he's completely lost and doesn't know what he's doing. I like his family morals. I would agree with those statements of everybody else too, that he's very family oriented. I don't like being told what I can and can't do. I am immunocompromised. I have 3 autoimmune diseases. But you know what? I've been dealing with this stuff since 2011. So I stay away from people. I don't get in people's faces, but I also don't like wearing a mask. It gives me high anxiety. And so I like that aspect of DeSantis kind of not allowing governments to tell us what we can and can't do.
It seems like he's family, Florida, then America. But he does take a nice, aggressive stance on stuff that he believes in. And I don't think that makes him, you know, a mini Trump or anything. If that's how we're going to start labeling our candidates from now on, you know, you're either a mini Trump or you're a Democrat, then that's pretty silly. Just because you're a leader and you want to make change. So I like that he kept Florida open, very refreshing. He does let people maintain their freedoms as long as you're not hurting anyone else, which is why this whole Disney thing is happening.
So I want to note that 3 out of the 9 people in this group, when we asked them, hey, do you want to see Trump run again? There were 3 people that said yes. And that sort of tracks with the diminished number of people we're seeing that are saying they want to see Trump run again in 2024. But then when we asked them head to head, you know, who would you back between Trump and DeSantis? Everybody but one backed DeSantis, which I got to say, the group in Florida who knows DeSantis really well, they don't sound that different, actually, from the groups we've talked to in lots of other states who also really like DeSantis for basically the same reason, which is like the COVID situation that he kept Florida open. That has become the thing that he is known for. So let's jump into the DeSantis 2024 scuttlebutt. You're down there. You're watching him up close. What do you think? Is this guy running for president?
I think he's positioning himself to be able to run for president if the opportunity presents itself. But at the current way in which things are proceeding, I don't necessarily see that opening for him, which is to say, it's difficult for me to see if the polling holds the way it does. And that's a huge if. It's a huge caveat. DeSantis challenging Donald Trump. Like nationally, for instance, Trump is around 50% of Republican support in a crowded field, and DeSantis is about half of that. That's a good recipe for getting slaughtered. Now, yes, these different primaries are done on a state-by-state basis. You would have to start in Iowa. We haven't seen a lot of Iowa polling, but Trump's had organizers and people in Iowa since last year. He is planning to run for president again. And so it's just kind of difficult for me to see on the current course of events, if things continue to hold at this rate, despite some of the attrition in Trump's numbers, DeSantis seriously challenging him. I mean, it could happen. Don't get me wrong. Stranger things have happened, and I've been wrong before, and I am hedging my bets, but it's difficult for me to say.
These are weird political times for political prognostication, to be sure, because we've all been wrong about lots of stuff.
Right.
But let me just push back on one point. Don't you think, like, if DeSantis waits another 4 years, I mean, everybody can say, oh, you know, DeSantis has 4 years to wait. He's a young guy.
Oh, no.
He's got a term in Florida. But also, it's sort of his moment.
Oh, sure.
Like, I'm listening to these groups and how much they like DeSantis and how much people are sort of starting to be like, I don't know if I want to see Trump run in 24. Guy's got a lot of baggage. And they have this formulation about DeSantis where they're like, he's Trump without the baggage.
Right. It's competent Trumpism, I think.
Yeah, right. So why not seize this moment?
I think that's certainly an attraction to it. I think on the other end of the ledger is just the humiliation of losing. DeSantis is a competitive guy. He's very analytical. I do buy what many people would call bullshit from the limited number of DeSantis advisors and people who deal with him, that he is not actively courting this. That does not mean he's not positioning himself to take advantage of the situation should it present itself. But I just don't see that there yet. It certainly would be his moment, yes. But at a certain point, I used this metaphor before, running against Donald Trump is kind of akin to dealing with a self-immolating arsonist who's made out of asbestos. And his technique is just to hug you and burn you to death. And that is what Trump does. I mean, you saw what he did to Marco Rubio. I mean, he humiliated Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio, like, just kind of psychologically, having observed him. I mean, I first covered Marco Rubio in 2003. Okay, that's 19 years ago in the Florida House. You know, I've covered him on and off ever since then, from the time he was House Speaker to, you know, the time he was thinking about running for Miami-Dade County mayor, to his run for Senate and on, and his presidential run. He's never quite recovered from that humiliation that Trump doled out on him. He almost damaged Rubio's political chromosomes. Rubio lost 66 of 67 counties. Will DeSantis lose that many in Florida? DeSantis might win Florida. If you look at the polling, he's more popular among Republican voters here than Trump is. Don't get me wrong. But when I look at the way in which the political map lies, the geography, the timing, the calendar, and understanding that if you're running, just when you look at those nationwide polls, if you're running and you're at 50% and the next guy in a crowded field is at 25%, you're probably going to win. It's just hard for me to see the math.
Yeah, I mean, you raised the point that I think is the key one, which is that it's one thing for DeSantis to be kind of fresh and new and popular with people because they like what he did on COVID, you know, and they also make a point that I think is an interesting one. I've brought it up many times on this podcast, where you do hear a lot of voters just saying a very basic fact, which is if you get Trump, you only get 4 more years.
Oh.
Right. I know we all kind of laugh at that. Like, we'll see. Maybe we get him for 6 more terms. Who knows?
Who knows?
But, you know, you take DeSantis, you get 8 years. So I sort of have seen the opening for DeSantis. I do think it's his moment. I think there's risks to missing a moment. On the flip side, you don't know what any of these guys are made of until they have to go toe-to-toe with Trump. And he just makes them look so small. I mean, Marco Rubio is a broken man, as you note. And I can't tell you how much the strength and weakness sort of frame is used all the time in these groups, how much it comes up. I don't know, though. I mean, I've also heard some people who know DeSantis well kind of being like, you know, yeah, he's got this reputation and people have seen him combative with the local media, but like, he also doesn't have much of an operation. He's very insular. He's a little bit of a sourpuss.
Very much.
So like, does he have what it takes to even if, let's say it's not now, but like, is he the kind of guy who like everyone will talk about and then you get him on the national stage and everyone's like, nah, he's not great.
No, it's certainly possible. He could wind up kind of like Scott Walker, right? He can wind up having kind of a glass jaw. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, this is the reason you actually have to have the fight in the ring to see what happens. I don't know. I can tell you an instructive thing was Turning Point USA, the new sort of ascendant political operation, which in some respects almost challenges the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, for kind of the heart of where the Republican conservative movement is. They had their event earlier in August in Tampa, and DeSantis was there and Trump was there. All of the gear, all of the energy, all of the buzz was about Trump. It wasn't about DeSantis. And these were kind of young activists.
Yeah, that's
types,
like the Charlie Kirk operation. Right? Yeah.
Correct. Like, that's sort of instructive as well. I still think that Trump trumps. He is still this sort of singular cultural icon in the Republican Party. It is a cult of personality. He is the personality. You had more than 200 Republicans from down the ballot all the way up the ballot to Senate in multiple states groveling before Donald Trump for his endorsement.
Totally.
I mean, prostrating themselves for it. So I think that those kind of intangibles also say something about some of his staying power that the polling might not read. I'm not saying he's a perfect candidate or any of that, but a lot of the DeSantis boomlet is buzz that he rightfully earned for the way in which he handled COVID and the media's own goal, if I may, as a Florida-based national reporter. I've witnessed the way so many different outlets, especially national ones, trundled along and made Florida sound as if we were just going to be this charnel ground of dead bodies stacked like cordwood here from COVID, and it didn't happen. Don't get me wrong, we eventually got ours, and the wave hit here too. But on balance, when you step back, Florida's death and infection rate, and the death rate is kind of the big one, right? When it's age adjusted, it does not reflect the disproportionate amount of coverage that Florida got. And that redounded to DeSantis' credit, whether for better or for worse. So he earned that. But beyond that, I'm not sure how much staying power he has in the national conservative Republican mind if he squares up against Trump.
So I want to talk a little bit about another issue that got DeSantis national attention, drew national ire, which is the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. And so you may remember, you certainly do, this is the bill that bans instruction on sexuality, sexual orientation in the classroom. It's watered down from when it banned discussion on those things, but in my opinion, it would still have some unintended consequences, like parents being able to sue a school because a teacher
or intended consequences.
Or intended consequences.
Right?
Yeah. Like, a kid asks a question about his two moms or, whatever. I wrote a Washington Post piece about this back in March. So, I think that it was a vaguely written bill that the intended consequences are sort of a witch hunty way of demonizing gay and trans people, but also playing into what is, I think, a culture war around wokeism and also what's sort of going on in schools. And this has been, it was popular in Florida. About 60% supported this. And our group certainly found this bill reasonable. They were for it. Let's listen to what they had to say.
The Don't Say Gay bill is about the state stepping in and saying, we don't want you to teach certain things about sex, sexuality, gender, trans, whatever. We don't want you to teach that to our children that are in third grade or younger, because there were schools that were introducing things about choosing your gender or pronouns or whatever to kids under 10. And if he doesn't put a stop to that, now it's just going to get out of control, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to get younger, and it's going to be sexualizing our children even more. But we should not be talking about those things with children.
This has been a topic, both of those topics, the Disney and the Don't Say Gay, because I do have a lot of gay and lesbian friends, and I'm trying to understand their point of views also. However, you know what? If I recall, and I'm 48 years old, I wasn't taught sex ed or any of that stuff till I was in high school. And that's just how I grew up, and that's just how I feel. I don't have children, but if I did, I feel that no, that should not be being discussed in school. And nowhere in it, it doesn't say gay anywhere.
So the Don't Say Gay bill, I think, was named that for media purposes to create this ridiculous, sensation of, oh, he's so bad, he's so mean. Honestly, if you read the bill for yourself, it's 7 pages, I think, you can clearly see that they're just trying to not bring in this sexual orientation and sexual information to young kids. It is very confusing as a child to start talking about these things. And that is not a teacher's job. It's science, math, history, and language arts. Like, why are we talking about sex in schools? It's ridiculous. I have my kids in a private Christian school because I can't even touch public school anymore. I'm scared, and I'm a product of public school.
Oof.
I mean, it sounds to me like he really won the argument on how this was framed. Like, right?
I mean, remember, by and large, this is a pretty conservative group. What's interesting here is actually how well informed they are. The opponents of the legislation won the branding battle. They lost the broader war. As you point out, it's really not don't say gay. It's don't teach gay. But don't say gay sounds much more threatening and terrible, right? And so that's what stuck. Well, congratulations, you guys have branded it this way. But as people actually looked under the hood, they realized it wasn't the case. This is a real difficult thing for a reporter to cover and especially to talk about because of the fraught cultural issues. The reality is that, you know, so many people who are gay, lesbian, trans, bisexual, they felt targeted by this, and I can understand why. At the same time, some of those organizations that branded this Don't Say Gay helped elevate this as a more threatening issue than otherwise it might have been. So what do I mean by that? As the husband of a public school teacher and the father of public school students and the friend of parents who have public school students, and as a reporter in the state, I can say with pretty much certainty that the overwhelming number of teachers are not doing anything remotely resembling teaching sexual orientation or gender identity in grades K through 3. It's not happening. So given that disclaimer, the legislature, and that's originally where this originated, by the way, the legislature went out to solve or stop a problem that essentially did not exist. And the opponents of the legislation that solved a problem that didn't exist created an alternative problem that didn't exist by claiming, oh, if you do this, it's going to be all of this anti-gay bigotry. So you wound up in this perfectly toxic situation where two sort of imagined realities were clashing with each other in the legislature, and it became a matter of raw votes, and well, the Republicans and the conservatives won. I'm not saying that parents have no right to be concerned that their kids are being taught things such as this. And I'm not saying that LGBTQ people have no right to feel targeted by it. But when you step back and try to look at it more objectively, which is kind of difficult to do, the legislation didn't match the reality. The reaction to it didn't match the reality. And now we're in this era of dysfunctional politics where everyone goes to their corners and fundraises over it.
I have this formulation where I try to explain to reporters about, it's not that DeSantis hates all the right people. It's that all the right people hate DeSantis. And when, you know, people go at him constantly, that's what gets Republicans to be like, this guy must be good. Everyone's mad at him. Like, the gay people are mad at him. The libs are mad at him. The media's mad at him. He sounds great.
Yes, it's negative partisanship. Also, this wasn't his legislation originally.
Right.
This started in the Florida House.
Right.
And what happened, though, is that as it developed into something, that's when DeSantis stepped in when he realized it was kind of perfect. Because the reality is that when you break down these component parts of the legislation in and of itself, do you believe children in K through 3 should be taught sexual orientation and gender identity lessons? Most people say no.
Right.
That's a majority popular opinion.
Right.
And when the opponents come and say, how dare you do that? By definition, once people are informed about the text of the legislation, those opponents lose the argument. And time and again, DeSantis has laid and Republicans have laid those sorts of traps that Democrats have stepped in. I had quoted Sean Shaw, former attorney general candidate, a Democrat, who had pointed out this, me quoting him. He said, look, I'm black. I believe in critical race theory. I think that, you know, its elements should be taught. But of course, when it's brought up, I'm going to react to it. However, he faulted his own party for overreacting to the way critical race theory was targeted by DeSantis in the same way that Don't Say Gay was targeted by DeSantis. Is it led Democrats almost naturally into adopting a position that wound up putting them opposite of where majority opinion is. Just to clarify, Florida's Stop Woke Act doesn't say you're not allowed to teach about race in schools. Of course, if you go on Twitter and you look at certain very progressive resistance handles, that they'll have you think that Florida's not allowed to teach about slavery. I'm not joking. It's a total misrepresentation of the legislation here. And I have a very personal stake in this. My wife, as I said, is a public school teacher. She is, maybe she's unfortunate enough to have me as a husband. She's fortunate enough to at least have a reporter as a husband who understands how legislation is written and what it says. And we looked at the legislation. She's like, perfect. Like, she doesn't teach in her class that white kids should feel bad about being white because they're oppressors. That's essentially what the legislation says you can't do. Well, she's not doing that. No one's doing that. And again, she's not teaching these other issues about sexual orientation and gender identity. And she's a fourth grade teacher. But that's just part of the tactical prowess that DeSantis has been able to exploit. And it's so far been to his benefit.
Yeah. And that's where I think people see, as much as they might dislike it, a certain talent that he has for understanding which culture wars are going to play. And he like leans into them.
He has an instinct.
Yeah, he's got it, just like Trump. Like he does have that like instinct for grabbing onto the ones that are kind of cultural winners.
What's interesting is a guy, one of the top consultants and pollsters in Tallahassee, Ryan Tyson is his name. I wrote the first story in February of 2021, before the polling showed it, that DeSantis was going to be a national figure because of the COVID wars, as I call them. And Ryan had a great quote in that story, which is that he flies by instinct and not by instrument. Like, DeSantis is not a big polling guy. He just has an instinctive feel for it. That said, if he were a woman candidate, I would be accused of sexism for saying this. I'm going to grade him on his voice and his appearance. Mm-hmm. One of the big problems that DeSantis has is he's kind of frumpy looking, and he's got a very shrill voice. It's high pitched, and it doesn't carry the same sort of gravitas or weight that Trump does or that Kari Lake does. Speaking of Turning Point USA, if you had seen the rally that happened, like, Kari Lake, I think, more than DeSantis, might be the standard bearer or the successor to Trump.
Yikes.
In the Republican Party. Like, she's really something to watch. The way she's able to move a crowd. Like Trump, she is a creature of TV. She is just very kind of naturally there. And she's just a really dynamic speaker. So if you were to ask me to lay money on like who might be a running mate for Donald Trump in 2024 if he decides to run for president, I would say Kari Lake over DeSantis. And that's putting aside the whole geographic issue in the Constitution, which we won't go into.
That's funny that you think he's frumpy. He strikes me as kind of like a young, handsome...
Or, I should say he just wears these ill-fitting suits.
Yeah, they are a little big on him, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, hire a tailor. You have $140 million. Again, that's $140 million in your political committee.
Okay. Speaking of Kari Lake, though, I did think DeSantis made an interesting move. He recently endorsed and is stumping for Kari Lake and Doug Mastriano, two of the most insane election deniers that are up this cycle. And so I thought it was interesting that DeSantis really leaned into that. Did you read anything into that?
What I read into it is that he had to do it. One of the interesting things is that the original story written about DeSantis doing the Turning Point rallies for Lake, for Mastriano, was written by Fox News Digital. And the headline was something along the lines of like how DeSantis was going to be the messenger for Trumpism or something like that. It made sure to mention DeSantis and Trump, and it put DeSantis in a subservient position to Trump. And there had been so much national media attention and so much Sturm and Drang over DeSantis challenging Trump. And DeSantis has repeatedly tried to tamp down that public discussion. For instance, he wasn't going and doing national events. He hasn't really set foot in many early states, in part because he didn't want that kind of headache of talking about him clashing with Trump. So Turning Point kind of filled the gap and bridged the gap with these two in that way. So, yeah, again, he's positioning himself to maximize his strengths and minimize his weaknesses. Like a good chess player who's not a great chess player. Mm-hmm. He's not a grandmaster, but he knows how to move the knight, how not to move the bishop. And so he's just moving these pieces in just a very thoughtful, strong, organized way. So that if Donald Trump moves his queen wrong or something, to continue the metaphor, suddenly DeSantis can be in a position to do some checkmating.
Yeah, my colleague Amanda Carpenter has referred to DeSantis more as Trump's understudy than a potential challenger, like the guy waiting for when Trump's got food poisoning so he can jump in and
yeah, kind of like the way Stalin allegedly delivered that bowl of soup to Lenin.
That's right.
On his deathbed.
That's right.
I need to be clear. I'm not comparing Ron DeSantis to Stalin in case that gets out there. I want to make that clear. I was just using a metaphor.
It's okay. This is a very high-end audience for this podcast. They will understand the metaphor.
Oh, trust me. Once it gets on social media, then the morons take over.
So one of my favorite parts of this focus group discussion, though, was, we're asking people about Disney, right? Because the Don't Say Gay bill led Disney to put out a statement opposing it. And then DeSantis went after them, repealed Disney's special taxing district, saying the taxpayers shouldn't subsidize their activism. And I thought that the way that this group reacted to that was pretty interesting because they were more on DeSantis' side than Disney.
Right.
It was funny to listen to them because there was almost like a Disney, Universal, there was a theme park wars going on in this group.
Welcome to Orlando. Yeah. I'm technically an employee of NBC Universal, so maybe I should be careful here. Yeah.
Well, let's listen to what these voters said about Disney.
I think that Disney was way out of their lane. I think they have been way out of their lane. I think allowing their castmates to show their tattoos and their crazy piercings and not use things like ladies and gentlemen anymore. I think it was just kind of starting to build. And then those tapes of the Disney execs came out talking about how they are on purpose targeting young children to sexualize them with different ideas. And the Toy Story that just came out, Buzz Lightyear or whatever, they had a gender neutral maybe person, and that did not do very well for Pixar. I'm really disappointed at Disney.
They have huge influence, especially on our youth. And I feel like for that same reason, I don't think they should have an agenda.
Disney is not for adults. You know what I mean? Okay, if you want to create a whole other Disney just for adults to be gay and happy and pride, by all means, go do that. You have the money. Do it. But don't do that to our kids, especially parents that are traditional. I think it's so unfair because Disney for the longest was one way. And now all of a sudden they're forcing it down our throats to be another way for our kids.
That metaphor, forcing it down my throat, it's always so evocative. I remember it was used for Obamacare way back when. It's just always so kind of violent.
Well, this is something you hear from Republicans all the time in terms of the way that they talk about this idea that they're shoving their way of living. But this strikes me as just another one where, look, I think there was a lot of early analysis around this fight with Disney that this was going to backfire on DeSantis because it's such a big employer in the state.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But but it looks like this is another one that DeSantis won.
Right. In the end, as we talked about earlier, what people liked about DeSantis is his toughness. The reality is he's growing into his role as the executive and the exercise of power to include punishing enemies. Donald Trump's top advisor is a woman named Susie Wiles, who helped mastermind or was the campaign manager for Ron DeSantis' comeback win in 2018. She had also helped Donald Trump and manage his campaign in Florida in 2016. And before that, Rick Scott in what everyone thought was a lost campaign in 2010. Well, you fast forward to 2019 after DeSantis wins, and some people who didn't like the fact that Susie had so much power, lobbyists mainly, they sort of engineered a way in which to persuade DeSantis that Susie was being disloyal. And he just kind of suddenly and metaphorically executed her in just a very brutal way, just ostracized her, got Trump's then campaign, again, it's 2019, got Trump's campaign to cut her off. He later rehired her, by the way, and then won Florida. But he showed right then and there early on in his administration, DeSantis, that if anyone crossed him, he would have them dragged out into the town square and shot. And he's continued to do that in a way that I've never seen out of a Florida governor in my more than 20 years of covering Florida government. So other examples, the Florida legislature went to do redistricting. And it was going to keep a Florida State Supreme Court drawn black majority or plurality seat. That is what's called a minority access seat held by an African-American member of Congress, Al Lawson. He was going to keep this seat, which was sort of racially gerrymandered, which is, I know, kind of a loaded term. It was a seat that was just created to make sure that black voters in North Florida could have a black representative in the U.S. House. No one would dare touch this. And the legislature was like, we're not going to deal with this because their maps had been thrown out in 2011, 2012, thereabouts, because it didn't have the seat. DeSantis came in and demanded it be drawn. Now, governors normally do not get involved in the drawing of new congressional seats for reapportionment. He not only inserted himself in the process, but he took the unprecedented step, at least in Florida, of vetoing a Republican legislature's maps because they were drawing a black district that the state Supreme Court had mandated. It was a total exercise of power. The legislature was pissed off, but they folded. And part of the reason DeSantis did that is the kind of a new Supreme Court. He's now appointed a majority of its members. So that's a good example of his power play. The legislature had loads of money, thanks in part to Democratic Congress and Democratic President Joe Biden's legislation, which has just sent billions to various states, including Florida. DeSantis made sure to veto local projects of any lawmaker who remotely crossed him or displeased him. Then you have Disney. Disney was a sacred cow here, a sacred rat, or whatever you want to call it. And no one ever thought that a Republican legislature would eliminate the Reedy Creek Improvement District that was set up in the 50s to turn Central Florida into a theme park heaven. And he did it. Now, the question is, to what degree is it really going to have an effect? Who knows? But the fact that he even went there just sent a message. So the kind of total exercise of raw power politics. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the most recent one. 2 weeks ago, he removed from office the democratically elected state attorney, that is the prosecutor of Hillsborough County. That's the county where Tampa is. Because the guy had signed a letter saying he wouldn't enforce Florida's abortion law. Now, that suspended state attorney did so in part because a court had held that Florida's new abortion restriction that DeSantis had signed had run afoul of Florida's Constitution, which has a privacy amendment in there, which has been defined by prior courts to apply to abortion. DeSantis didn't care. He said, this guy's negligent because he's not going to enforce the law. And he thinks he's governor. And so therefore, I'm going to remove him from office. He said he's not going to follow the law. Fuck him. We're going to get rid of him.
Well,
it's remarkable.
You must be looking at my notes because it's a perfect transition, because I want to talk about abortion, because I thought one of the most interesting parts of this group was when they talked about this new-ish 15-week abortion ban, and the only exceptions are to save the life of the mother or if the baby has a fatal abnormality, but there's none for rape or incest. And I thought it was interesting because we've seen this in a bunch of groups that are pretty Trumpy, but they're still heavily pro-choice. Let's listen.
Yeah. So you go to Texas where you just can't do it at all. Or you go to some other states where you can do it days after the baby's been born. So there are extremes. So which extremes do you go for? Or do you just give them a little bit of an option? You still got the freedom to do it. So I don't see how that's him putting a stamp on it. It's over 3 months. If you don't know that you're pregnant by that, I don't know. I wouldn't know, obviously. But if you don't know that you're pregnant by then you can put it up for adoption. There's options after that as well.
I lived under dictatorship. I'm not a woman. I don't think a woman should tell a woman what she can't do with her body. So I'm just totally pro-choice, period.
My biggest issue, and I've had this conversation with family because most of my family is pro-life. I'm pro-life, but I'm also pro-choice when there are certain circumstances. For instance, rape and incest is an issue, especially with somebody under 18. I mean, that's a child. Having it, no. I'm a survivor myself, so no. I shouldn't be forced to have something that was forced on me. It's not okay. So if that exception's not there, it's an issue for me.
I feel like I go both ways. I'm Irish Catholic, and abortion's not a thing, but I think it's almost like a case by case type issue because frankly, I think that those states that are completely banning it, I don't think that's a great idea because now where are those people going to go? Are they going to go down an alleyway?
Yeah.
I think that's what they did in Connecticut in the 1950s, which is where my mother is from. And my mother was forced to have a child that she was not she was not ready to have. She was 16 years old. And so I'm torn. I'm really torn. I don't want somebody telling me what I should and shouldn't do with my own body.
You can hear how people feel conflicted. They are more pro-choice, even when they sort of kind of identify as pro-life, which, by the way, I hear all the times in the groups where they're like, I'm pro-life, but I think people should have a choice. But they feel pretty comfortable with where this bill landed. It's not like places that are banning it entirely. It's a 15-week ban, so it's after the first trimester. There are still exceptions for the life of the mother. Voters seem to be comfortable with that.
We frequently have seen in this state where voters have divided their loyalties between certain issues and politicians who oppose those issues, whom they nevertheless support. It will be interesting to see in Florida if this actually makes the ballot here and how it'll fare. But so far, this hasn't affected his standing in the state. I do wonder if the old Florida we thought existed, which was more of a swing state, more of a place where the center still mattered and there was more of a fulcrum, if DeSantis's increasing kind of conservative tendencies will cost him. But
I'm sorry, I think I'm trying to argue something different slightly, which is that the 15-week ban is actually palatable.
Yeah.
Like for a lot of these voters who are sort of more pro-choice and they don't see it as super extreme. Like that's what I felt like I was hearing from them.
Well, you're right. But I think in part because like a lot of people, and this is just me as a male, right? You think of pregnancy as 9 months. You don't think in terms of weeks. So what really is 15 weeks? You know what I mean?
Well, it's a place where most people support it, right? Like the polling is like 15, 20-week bans. People tend to be like, that's fine because I think that there should be this window where it is accepted early on, but I don't like it later. I mean, you seem to be saying that DeSantis is like popular sort of in spite of this kind of more conservative position on abortion. I guess I'm trying to say that I actually see this more as the compromise position on abortion, Republicans would be in a much better place if they were acting more like DeSantis and Youngkin and they were looking at 15 or 20-week bans with the exceptions, afterward.
We don't have an exception for rape or incest here. That's why it seems kind of conservative to me here in Florida.
Yeah.
But I've always not really understood abortion politics, in part because we've never actually had to test it at the ballot as we're starting to see now. Like Kansas was a good example of an eye-opener. I'll confess here, I don't really know how voters think about abortion. I'm not sure voters really know what Roe v. Wade is and what it means. Most men especially have no clue what a woman pregnant at 15 weeks looks like. And maybe lots of women don't either who haven't been in big families or haven't had kids of their own.
Yeah.
I don't know. I literally don't.
Well, that's okay. Hey, we don't all know. We can't all know everything. But we can leave that one there. I want to talk about the Senate race, because if this race were happening in 2018 and not 2022, it might be a lot more competitive. Because Val Demings is the kind of candidate that I think Democrats should be running nowadays, right? She's a former Orlando police officer who rides a motorcycle. She's explicitly running against defunding the police. But Marco Rubio is still solid favorite in this race. This group didn't have any time for Val Demings. Let's listen.
I would for sure go Rubio over Demings. I don't trust Demings at all. I think there's like a two-face factor going on there. I just don't trust her. But Rubio, again, I'm catching up with politics here because I was gone for 13 years, but I've always liked Rubio. I've always liked his stance on things and the way he runs things. So I would totally go with Rubio.
I specifically remember the defund the police thing, and because she had a history of, being a top dog on the police force, which is fantastic. But when all the BLM stuff was going on and all that, she was very supportive of those protesting efforts, and to the point where Biden almost chose her for his VP. So no way, Jose. I don't trust her as far as I could throw her.
I just can't handle even listening to Deming. I can't handle her campaign ads right now, and I walk out of the room. And I like Marco Rubio. I'm good with him.
I think there was some maybe national sense that Rubio would be vulnerable because, as we noted earlier, he's like sort of been made to look like a shell of himself.
Right.
But he seems like very safe in this election, despite, I think, Democrats' early enthusiasm for Demings. What's your read on the Senate race there?
I think a lot of national Democrats thought that, yeah, in part because they make the mistake of reading a lot of Washington coverage. But, kind of a coda, or to finish the second half of our discussion about Rubio from earlier, yes, Donald Trump humiliated him in the Republican primary, lost 66 of 67 counties. But then when you fast forward to Rubio's decision to run for re-election that year in 2016, he beat Patrick Murphy, his opponent, by, 7 or 8 points. I mean, he beat him like a drum. So that was an indication like, Rubio's pretty solid. Earlier this year, actually, it would have been last year when I was still at Politico, about that Rubio's really a tough candidate to beat in this state because of our demographics. Just real quick, 62% of the registered voters are white non-Hispanic. 17% are Hispanic. 14% are black. And then the others are kind of unknown, mixed race and the like. But in those three big buckets, white, black, and Hispanic, in those three big buckets, what Republicans like to do is they like to get 60% of the white vote, and they like to get about 40% at least of the Hispanic vote, and then that's it. That's lights out. Democrats can have 100% of the black vote and still lose. What Rubio is able to do, though, is he's over 50% with Latinos, and he's over 50% currently with whites in some of the polling I've seen, both public and otherwise. Well, right now with that, he's got a winning set of numbers. If he gets to where most winning Republicans are, to 60% white, then it's completely lights out.
Yeah. I want to turn now, Marc Caputo of NBC, to a big Florida story that has been unraveling over the past few days. The FBI raided, I guess we're going with raided, Mar-a-Lago on August 8th.
I think it's a raid.
Okay. And we did this Florida group the very next day before the warrant was unsealed. We also did another group from Pennsylvania of Trump to not Trump voters. So they were Trump voters in 2016, but refused to vote for him in 2020. And in both groups, these were both after this raid happened, so we asked about it. They were very skeptical of the FBI. They thought that the raid was only going to help Trump. You might be shocked, but I wasn't. I suspect you weren't too.
Nope.
That this Florida group did not think the raid was legitimate. Let's listen.
I mean, why haven't the Clintons had an FBI raid? Are you kidding me? Like, really? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I think it's completely politically driven. Absolutely.
Hunter Biden smoking crack with prostitutes on video.
So he's the current president. I don't want to get in trouble.
Hunter's not the current president, but...
No, but his dad is.
I think he probably did take documents, but at the same time, I still think it's politically driven.
I'm at that point where I don't know who to trust because everything is so deeply corrupt for so long.
I was surprised there was no independent counsel.
So that was the Florida group. Now let's listen to the Pennsylvania group, which was people who voted for Trump in 2016, but then refused to vote for him in 2020. And so not a huge MAGA group. And yet they too were pretty skeptical of the FBI and seemed to think that this raid was actually going to help Trump.
If it's simply because, he may have taken some stuff from the White House, like the National Presidential Records Act, and that's all it is, then it's going to blow up in their face. It'll basically prove that everything Trump's been saying is right now, that they're going after me, they're going after you, they're going after their enemies. If it's simply all about, he took a few documents, it'll just make everything that Trump said true. It would show that, the Democrats are illegitimate and that they only care about going after their enemies and that they're going to use the FBI to go after their enemies.
Trump actually has, the warrant, so he knows what it's about, but he's not releasing it. So that's just Trump being, because he sees everybody else rallying behind him.
They just want to find a reason to prevent him to run. I have a serious distrust in any authority. It's just, I don't know. I know inherently probably most of the boots on the ground FBI people are upstanding citizens who took an oath and wanted to be FBI agents since they were kids, just like police officers. But I have a hard time believing it when it comes to something like this.
There's other ways. There's subpoenas. There's other ways to get it. I mean, raid. If that's what it's about, it's over the top.
From what I understand, all of Obama's boxes and all of his documents are sitting in an abandoned restaurant warehouse in Chicago. Why isn't that being raided? Why aren't they going to get all those presidential? It's supposed to go into the presidential library.
So let me ask you, what do you think this FBI raid of, and there's still a lot we don't know, but this is everybody's wondering, does this help Trump? And everyone's calling me to be like, well, what are your focus groups saying? But this group in Florida, they were really down on the FBI, thought it was politically motivated, a lot of whataboutism. You hear the Hunter Biden stuff. Do you think that it's going to help Trump?
Well, certainly in the short term, it consolidates his standing in the Republican Party. I was going to mention this in my discussion of DeSantis, and for me, it's the coup de grace on my previous analysis as to why he's not going to run against him, is that there is now a rallying around the chief effect. It's just difficult to see any Republican challenging him at this point. I mean, maybe Pence will. So, yeah, I think in the short term, there's that. Now, of course, things could change. Who knows? Maybe the documents could come out, evidence could come out showing any number of really terrible crimes from the president. I'm not going to speculate on what they are, but there's a lot of rank speculation out there on Twitter. If that turns out to be well-founded and irrefutable, then yeah, sure, I see that hurting him. Long-term, Donald Trump's biggest problem in 2020 is that he is chaotic and exhausting. And Joe Biden's biggest asset was that he was boring and normal. And so people in 2020 chose boring and normal over chaotic and exhausting. Now, there's been certainly a hit to Biden's favorability ratings because another thing he ran on is being competent, and all of these various problems came up, from Afghanistan to inflation. We can debate later who's to blame for that or how he should have handled it or messaged it. So he certainly took a hit. But, it's 2022. It's basically 2 years after the presidential election, and we are still just completely consumed by Trump. And so I wonder about the degree to which that kind of here we go again exhaustion factor is going to surround Trump in a general election going forward. Now, we got 2 more years to go. Who knows? So I don't see this being helpful to him in the long run. But, there are just so many unknowns as to how this happens. Does he get charged? If he gets charged, does he get convicted? It's hard for me to see him get convicted just because of impaneling a jury, but I don't know all the evidence, right? I mean, if there's just clear and beyond the shadow of a doubt evidence, then yeah, all of that stuff changes. But just to put a kind of finer point on it, short term, big benefit to Trump. His poll numbers are up in the Republican Party. His fundraising went gangbusters. Everyone's talking about him. That's what he likes. Long term, I don't see how this really helps him.
So I agree with this. I think this is the correct analysis based on what we know right now.
Right.
The idea that he's going to be successfully prosecuted, I think, is probably a little far-fetched. But the idea that he's established as a national security threat, pretty good. But these voters, even the ones who maybe have been drifting away from them, it is causing a kind of rally around Trump effect. And that includes DeSantis. Right. It includes elites in the party who I think would love to see Trump locked up. DeSantis as the understudy. They don't have any room to maneuver the way that they'd like in terms of their own national profiles as long as he's the one crowding the stage. But they're certainly going to vociferously defend him because, again, they're not trying to challenge him. They're trying to be his understudy. And so it does have this short-term benefit. What do you make, though, of the thinking, such as it is, about when he gets in the race? Do you think it makes him move earlier?
It may. The problem here is trying to predict the mind of Trump in such a dynamic environment, right? I think if he hopped in now, he would look a little too nervous. Mm-hmm. And so he wouldn't want to look weak. But it certainly encourages him to announce sooner than later. The question is does he do it before or after the midterms? I still think it's likelier than not he announces after the midterms. I think does this affect the Justice Department's calculations on when to charge, if they plan to charge? Do they want to charge a former president who is an announced candidate for president and is the likely nominee for his party? So I also wonder to what degree Merrick Garland is looking at this. I mean, people will say, well, no, he's not. He's an institutionalist and the like. And because he's an institutionalist, the attorney general, I imagine he's going to be giving this a lot of thought. And as a result of him giving this a lot of thought, it gives Trump a little more time to decide when to announce.
Yeah. So my dime store analysis on this is that I thought that Trump might jump in early because I assume that they're running focus groups themselves, lots of polling, and that he was seeing the same thing that I was seeing in a lot of the work that I was doing, which is that people were starting to look around for other people.
Right.
They were worried Trump had too much baggage.
Right.
And like his reason for jumping in had more to do with less trying to avoid legal trouble and more to do with like, no, me, everybody look at me.
Exactly.
And this sort of gives him that opportunity for everybody to look at him and for the party to rally around him without him having to get in.
Exactly.
And so I
didn't think of that. I think you're 100% right.
It does give him, like you said, sort of that
more time
to maneuver. And obviously the party's not eager to have him jump in prior to the midterms because they don't want to make it about him. But this allows you to get all that benefit of the anger that people feel. And this is the number one takeaway, I think, from all the focus group work I've done is the total collapse of faith in institutions, right? Like nobody trusts the FBI. And that includes people who like didn't really like Trump and like didn't vote for him again in 2020, but they don't trust the FBI. They think things are politically motivated. That's something that's different, like with Nixon or just different times where people were like, oh, well, if the FBI is going to prosecute you, like you must have done something really bad. And now it's much more like, who can trust the FBI? Like it doesn't matter to them that Wray, the FBI director, was appointed by Trump. Like none of that matters, right?
Right. You know, I'm fond these days of quoting William Butler Yeats's poem, The Second Coming, where the phrase things fall apart comes from. And he says the center cannot hold, the best lack all conviction, and the worst are full of a passionate intensity. I think that centrifugal force of our politics, where things have eroded in the center and spun out of control and are gyring around, really speaks to the political moment that we're in. I remember in 2014, I remember hearing Hillary Clinton give a speech in Miami about the disintegration of trust in institutions. And it was a really good speech, actually. It was one of the more interesting political speeches I had heard. And it's true in spades now. You know, the question as kind of like a court watcher is, you know, normally a search warrant in a federal investigation is done as a means to an end. The means being the search warrant, the end being a conviction or an indictment. The question here is, does that search warrant actually function as an end in and of itself, where the federal government was in this tussle, in this dispute with Donald Trump, and finally was like, we're just going to go there at the point of a gun, and we're going to take back these documents. We've got the documents now. Yeah, we've crossed that Rubicon, but we're going to call it a day. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I always like giving William Butler Yeats the last word. So, Marc Caputo.
We'll do Lita and the Swan next time, I think.
Marc Caputo, thank you for being such an interesting guest. I really appreciate you being here to help break all of this down. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of The Focus Group. We will be back next week, and we will do this all over again. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and today we're going to do something a little different. We're not going to do the clips of the focus group, so if you literally are only here because you like listening to the real people, then this might not be for you. But if you like the analysis, that's what we're going to do today, because we are almost entirely through the primary cycle. Early September, there's going to be a few more. We've got New Hampshire in there, Delaware, Massachusetts. But for the most part, the big states, the competitive states, are locked up. I think New Hampshire is probably the only one we're really looking forward to. So I wanted to bring in my favorite friend, political analyst, whose name is not Amy Walter, because Amy Walter is actually my favorite. But my next favorite is my old friend and best-selling New York Times author, Tim Miller. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Sarah. I feel like you should have said that I was on first before you told people to sign off if they only are here for the focus group voices, because maybe there are people that only like the focus group voices, but also like me.
That could be true. Well. I can recut it. But it's funny. I have a couple of people who like to tell me that the only reason they listen is to hear the real people. And it's annoying when it's...
I'm basically one of those people. Not annoying. I wouldn't say annoying. I think that it differs from week to week. I thought Marc Caputo, who's an old nemesis of mine, really, was very harsh on my candidates. I guess in retrospect, maybe for good reason. I thought he was fantastic last week. I think you've had some other really good guests, Amy, obviously. But every once in a while, I'm like, give me some more people. I want more real people right into my veins every once in a while.
Well, I'll tell you, next week, I'm going to give people like a full focus group where it's just like start to finish. You can just listen to the whole thing.
Okay, now that might be too much on the real people. All right, let's keep a porridge just right. All right.
Well, the reason I wanted to have you on today, Tim, and to do one without the groups is I want to talk about something more macro and not as micro, because we are about to turn the hinge of Labor Day. And once we're past Labor Day and we get a couple more of these primaries out of the way, we are full on in the general election season. And at that point, we're going to start doing lots of focus groups on each of the big competitive states. We're going to spend a lot of time in Arizona, a lot of time in Pennsylvania, a lot of time in Michigan, doing a lot of swing voter groups, figuring out where we think things are going to go. But before that happens, I want to kind of do an overview, a look back of where we've been, and talk about something that I think is happening at the macro level, which is the vibe shift. My pal Amy Walter has a really good piece in the Cook Political Report, it was like last week, where she talks about the vibe shift. And that's something that I think we're all starting to notice here. It's coming through in these elections. Like Tuesday's election in NY19, special election where the Democrats sort of pulled it out in a right-leaning seat. There's a lot of suddenly like, oh my gosh, maybe Democrats will hang on to the House. And obviously with the Dobbs decision, I think that there seems to be an enthusiasm shift. And so I want to talk about vibes with you. That's why I want to have you on, because I know you like to talk about vibes.
I love vibes.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, I do think more and more of our politics is starting to be about vibes. And so I want to dig in on this. So why don't you just tell me from your perspective, and let's maybe start with Tuesday's election in New York. Like, where would you say we are right now?
I think obviously the Democrats feel like they have their wind at the back a little bit. And I think that just the frustrations and annoyances that are happening, economy writ large, are starting to taper off a bit. And I think that is having a big impact on vibes. Vibes is also a lot about expectations, right? Like when you're told that the Joe Biden return was going to be normal and that COVID was going to be over, and then all of a sudden we have these lingering annoyances that last for months on end and costs are rising. That is expectations fail, right? And that contributes to people having bad vibes. Then after a while, you kind of realize that we're adjusting this new normal. All of a sudden, there's a tapering of inflation. The Biden administration seems like they have their act together a little bit more than maybe they did towards the end of last year. Some of the just day-to-day first world problem annoyances that happened from the kind of post-COVID rebound, like you'd want to order a bed, but like one of the parts you couldn't get for 7 months, or you go to your local coffee shop and there'd only be one barista there instead of 3, and it would take 35 minutes to get a coffee, right? All these things are first world problems, of course, but they contributed to this, right? When you're like, man, my paycheck isn't going as far as I thought it did. I also have to deal with all these annoyances. The vibes were bad. I think that stuff is, still there, but at a much lower level. People are getting a little used to it. Things are getting better. And I think that is contributing to the kind of mood about the Democrats in the midterm. And then, obviously, I think we can have a separate conversation about Roe, which has had a different type of impact than maybe I expected right when it happened.
So actually, let's just talk about Roe, because I think, after the special election in New York in particular, did you have any reactions?
Yeah. And by the way, Pat Ryan is the name of the winner of the New York special election that we've been talking about, New York 19. I mean, it's not nothing. I think that if you go back to the big wave years that I have been either part of, either working politics or kind of on the sidelines in 10, 14, 18, there was always some signs early that the wave was coming in these special elections, right? You can't overread them too much, but, weird things would happen, right? Scott Brown winning in Massachusetts was obviously the prime one from 2009. This happened in 14 and 18, where in districts where you wouldn't expect, there'd be a special election and either be really close or a party that hadn't won there in a long time was going to win. We've now seen in a series of special elections, in addition to the Kansas ballot initiative, races where Democrats do a little better than expected. And so in Tuesday's special election in New York, I think Biden won this district by 1 or 2 points. Pat Ryan ends up winning the special election. looks like a little bit more than Biden won by. Okay. Again, it's a special election, so it's not necessarily the same kind of electorate that'll turn out in November, but that's not nothing. If it was a wave year, you would expect all the Biden plus one seats to be going to Republicans. Those would be prime Republican pickups. So for a Democrat to hold that, and he ran basically a nationalized race. This is not a local thing. He ran on Roe and nationalized issues. Weigel, who's been another great guest of this podcast, has been on this, I think, since back in July. And you notice in some of these races, it's kind of the opposite of the old Tip O'Neill. All politics are local. A lot of these Democrats are trying to nationalize this about January 6th, about abortion, about Republican crazy. That's what this candidate did. He wins. He does better than Biden. Is that a sign that Democrats are going to win all the Biden plus one districts in November? No, but it sure is a good sign that the wave, might not be materializing. It may yet materialize late, but it sure doesn't feel like it is right now.
Yeah. So let me throw my theory at you on this, which
Please.
is, we do at least a focus group a week and have been now for the last couple years. And prior to that, we were still doing lots and lots of focus groups, but now we do them every week, voters across the political spectrum. If we'd been talking sort of last fall, and I was talking to lots of reporters and they were asking about focus groups, the thing I was talking about a lot was the enthusiasm gap. You don't have to go back and listen to all the old episodes.
I'll remember. I've heard all of them.
Well, Carville, right? So Carville and I did right before the Youngkin election. We did an episode and it was very clear Youngkin had a super good shot to win. I mean, the thing I was talking about in that podcast was listen to how meh these Democrats are. The Republicans are fired up. They want to vote for any living, breathing Republican. I was seeing that all over the focus groups where the Republicans just could not wait to get to go vote for a Republican somewhere because they were so mad about the 2020 election. And the Democrats felt just demoralized. Some of them were upset about Afghanistan. Some of them thought Biden was being too progressive. Some of them thought he wasn't doing enough. There was the Democrats in disarray around the big infrastructure package that was not the bipartisan one, big BBB. And so the Dems, I just said, look, there's this massive enthusiasm gap. Dems are super meh. Republicans are fired up to vote. And when people started talking about what impact Roe would have, would Roe be a game changer on the fundamentals, I was sort of skeptical, but open to it. And my main take was from talking to a lot of these women was well, the economy is still the number one thing that they care about. People would say economy, inflation, healthcare. But then if you ask about Roe, there's just oh, yes, no, I'm voting on that. And it also started to come up a lot more organically since the actual overturning. Now it is always for some people in the groups, it is a much more dominant issue. But I guess I was sort of skeptical that the forces of overturning Roe would overwhelm the feeling that I was seeing from people's dissatisfaction with the economy. But I also said that it was possible that if Democrats could really prosecute a case on abortion, that it could be a game changer in certain places because of the animation that I would see when it was talked about directly. And I think that part of what has happened is not just Roe being overturned, but that Democrats have actually done a good job of making it central to their case. The thing that I sort of didn't count on as much, I think I said this on the podcast with Bill, was that how much Republicans would make themselves look like the extremists on this almost immediately.
Bingo.
Talking about a federal abortion ban. And I think in this special election, he was running on the idea that the Republicans wanted a national abortion ban. And I think that it has closed the enthusiasm gap. And then it has also then contributed to, I think, an overall picture of extremism on the right. And then I think you add on top of that a very key thing that we can get into later, which is how terrible the individual candidates are in a lot of these swing states that Trump endorsed. And there you get this picture of just Republicans being corrupt and extreme and out of touch. And it's gone from a referendum, we're going to do a referendum on Joe Biden, to a choice election. I mean the double entendre, where it is now about Roe and choice, and it is about a choice between, do you want these Republicans or can you live with these Democrats?
Since he was ahead of us on knowing that nationalizing abortion was going to work, props to Pat Ryan. I basically agree with everything that you said. I just want to add a couple specific points on it that I think sort of add to the trajectory that we've been on. Firstly, at the beginning, when all this happened, there was reason to be skeptical that abortion was going to be motivating, not just because of what you said in the focus groups, but also because we had this real life example of Texas. Texas had passed this bounty bill, a 5-week bill. And, this was amidst all of the really acute parts of inflation happening and, in the fallout of Afghanistan, et cetera. Democrats' numbers, it wasn't helping them at all in Texas. You'd see these polls where, Beto is getting crushed, right? And so, I think there was reason to look at the data and be skeptical and say, man, we just had this trial run where they passed this really extreme bill and we're not seeing a lot of evidence on the ground. Now, it was earlier in the cycle. So I think that was one contributing factor. Since then, that has changed. And I think really there are 2 points. One of them you really hit on that I want to expand on. One is the enthusiasm gap is being closed. Saw that in Kansas. The types of people that registered, the types of people that showed up were different. The second thing is I was maybe wrongly, in retrospect, concerned that what we would see is just, after the overturn of Roe, is like both sides going to the far extremes, right? And it's kind of coming out in a wash, where Democrats maybe get a little bit of an enthusiasm boost, but with your median voter, turns out to be a little bit of a wash. That is not what has happened. To your point, as the Republicans being the one that are described as extreme. I think if you're an average voter and you look at the abortion situation right now, what you see is the Democrats basically running on status quo, right? Like keeping the current abortion regime intact. And I think that's your perception of the Democrats. Perception of the Republicans is that they're trying to ban abortion in 1 week and with no exceptions. You hear these horror stories. Recently heard this from a legislator in South Carolina. It was a Republican legislator talking about how the law they passed, the heartbeat bill in South Carolina, was preventing, a woman from getting a procedure for a fetus that was dead, right, but still had a heartbeat that was not viable. That created a lot of ancillary health risks for this young woman. She's 19. This is a Republican South Carolina state legislature talking about how they have to fix this. So people don't like radical change and stuff. A lot of times this hurts the Democrats on various issues. People are generally comfortable, right? And so if they look at this and say, man, the Republicans are going to try to put in this regime that might have a very meaningful impact on me or one of my loved ones, a woman in my life, a young girl, that is scary. And the Democrats' position doesn't feel as scary because they're basically saying, no, we just want to keep the rules as they were. We've talked a lot about on these podcasts, there's this broad middle on abortion that never gets talked about on cable television of people who think it should be legal in some cases and there should be reasonable limits. If you hold that position, some of those people might probably consider themselves pro-life. They look at the debate right now and think, man, it's the Republicans that are really radical. And I think that has helping the Democrats, because now they have this 2-pronged little boost that's happening as a result of Roe. One is the engagement and excitement, and then the other is from this marginal swing voter who might have voted for Glenn Youngkin, who's now looking at this and thinking, man, inflation's coming back down. I'm feeling a little bit more stable economically. I'm really concerned that these freaks are going to put in a very extreme anti-abortion law.
And that brings me to what I think is the second piece of this major vibe shift, which is that Trump, now he's inflated his numbers somewhat by coming in and endorsing people once they were definitely going to win. I think this is something that really gets overlooked when people do like this dumb tally of his wins, because I don't think the important part is like the win-loss record for Trump so much as it is what we're all looking at now in terms of nominees. And there's an intersection between the people who Trump endorsed and who won their Republican primaries and the fact that many of them are anti-abortion extremists.
Yeah.
So in these governor's races,
Yes.
like I was looking at the governor's races, they were always extremely important to me because those are the people who are going to certify elections. They're going to work with their secretaries of state. Like that's going to matter a ton for the big democracy picture. But like now, these are also the people who are going to decide the state's abortion fate. So you've got people like Doug Mastriano, Tim Michaels, Tudor Dixon, like Carrie Lake. These governors, folks, they are all big, like no exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother. Like the Michaels one in Wisconsin, he supports Wisconsin's 1849 law, which has no exceptions. And, he said when he was running for Senate in 2004 that it would be not unreasonable to force a rape victim to deliver a baby. So these are all your Republican governor's candidates.
Any law signed 12 years before the Civil War started, you got to feel pretty good about the fact that, it's really ready to just plug and play that right in here in 2022.
That's right. That, to me, the candidate quality now has sort of like intersected exactly at the wrong time with Roe for Republicans, where they do have the anti-abortion extremists at the top of the ticket to lead the state. And I think that that's a big part of the dynamic shift. What do you think about that theory?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is the contrast between Youngkin and now, the vibe shift.
Right.
This wasn't hanging over. The Roe issue wasn't hanging over Youngkin. And how he would have done in Fairfax County, I think, is really an open question. And so this big conversation we were having, I think probably the last time I was on the focus group, about how the Democrats are struggling a little bit in this acute inflationary period to get people to care about a more esoteric thing about our democracy. You see in the numbers that's changing now. Part of that is because the economy is getting better. Part of that because they have other concerns that are coming up. Part of that because the January 6th committee. And so now I think if you look at a candidate like Michaels, right, Wisconsin, this is your median state in the 2020 election. Making the case that they're an extremist on election fraud, okay, that's going to engage some people, right? There's going to be a certain class of people that are like, yeah, I don't want an insurrectionist determining where our electoral votes go in 2024. That's going to motivate some people. But the abortion thing, there's a much wider audience of folks that can be engaged on this. And it's much more tangible, right? It's not esoteric at all, like a democracy issue, right? It's this question of, okay, if Tony Evers remains our governor in Wisconsin, we're going to have the status quo abortion law. He's not going to put in place some, extreme post-birth, whatever, kind of fear-mongering law. Like, it's a Republican legislature. We'll have status quo if Evers wins. If Michaels wins, we might have a literal heartbeat bill, a 1-week ban, where a teenage girl who gets raped by her uncle can't get an abortion and has to travel to Illinois. Like, that is a drastic difference that, is going to have an impact across the ballot, but particularly in these states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, because in all those states, you're in this situation where it's a purple state, a very extreme anti-abortion candidate for governor, and a Republican legislature that could conceivably put in the extreme laws. So this is a real choice on that ballot. Some of those states overlap with Senate candidates, which I think will make a difference, Pennsylvania and Arizona and Wisconsin, so 3 of them. And so, yeah, absolutely, I think it has really changed the kind of dynamic quite a bit.
And I just want to talk about the Michigan dynamic specifically for 1 second, because, I've done a fair number of Michigan focus groups. And one of the things with swing voters, I had really thought that Gretchen Whitmer was in quite a bit of trouble. And because people are really mad about COVID, like, still. I mean, it still comes up in the focus groups where the state was on lockdown. Her husband, I don't know what he did. He went fishing or something. I forget the scandal. But it looms large there, the same reason Newsom for shutting the state down for COVID while he goes to the French Laundry. Like, that stuff was sitting really, really poorly with voters. But now you've got Gretchen Whitmer with COVID very much having receded as an issue for most voters, and abortion being very much top of mind. And Tudor Dixon getting more and more famous all the time for her comments around saying that a 10 or 12-year-old who's raped should have to carry the child to term. I've been kind of notionally thinking that if Whitmer comes out of the Michigan race strong, like she wins by 4 or 5 points, she's a potential presidential contender going forward. But, like, what do you think on Michigan?
I do agree with that about Whitmer and potentially some other candidates. We'll have to see how they would perform. But, I think Fetterman and Warnock and Kelly and all of them have issues. But conceivably, if they win tough races this time, there'll be a little chatter about them. And I think that she was in real trouble with the COVID stuff. I think that, there was a lot of, the type of Trump, swing voter, the Macomb County, Michigan voter, just on balance, didn't love the COVID policy, some of the hypocrisy there. So I agreed with you. I did not think that she was in a slam dunk. Dixon, though, feels like she's in the sour spot on these endorsements. And this is a problem that Republicans have right now is she's not like a Dave McCormick. She's like a Cruz. Trump sort of changed the mix in the party in a way that did help, the types of voters that were attracted to the party. It used to be this kind of coalition between social conservatives and your suburban Chamber of Commerce voter, right? Well, a lot of the Chamber of Commerce voters are gone, as we've discussed ad nauseum. But, he brings in these more secular working class voters. That is a much more tenuous coalition, right? Like, a lot of those voters went for Trump and hated Cruz. They were like, Cruz is weird, this sort of Christian teetotaler kind of finger wagging stuff I don't like. They're pro-choice, a lot of them. And so going back to somebody that is just a pure Christian right nominee in a state like Michigan it's a weird fit. So I don't know that she has no chance to win, of course. It's certainly a winnable race potentially for Dixon, but I don't know that she's a great fit kind of for a different reason than some of these, like, the Carrie Lake ultra MAGAs are a bad fit. They both kind of have different types of deficiencies.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But one of the things I want to make clear is that I think Whitmer's in a better position. The same way that I think Katie Hobbs is in a better position, but like those are going to be close, really close races, and they could definitely lose. And especially in the case of Carrie Lake, I think it's extremely dangerous, and that nobody should take it for granted that just because these are slightly weaker candidates, they still can't win. But I literally had written down, talk to Tim about his weirdo theory of politics, because this is my favorite piece of analysis that I ever heard from you that totally changed one of the ways that I thought about Trump voters, that when I see it in the focus groups, like you said it to me a long time ago. And then when I was doing the focus groups, it's so clear because people have started describing Trump as far right. Mm-hmm. And because evangelicals love him, there is this sense that people who are really conservative like Trump, but that actually people perceived Trump to be the moderate. Yeah. They think that Mike Pence is a weirdo.
Yes.
Or that Ted Cruz is a weirdo with their super social.
Nixon is Pence. Pence was probably better analogy than Cruz, actually. Yeah.
This is why Carrie Lake, I think, has a better chance than even like a Tudor Dixon, because Carrie Lake has the star quality, the charisma, the storytelling. And like, she is a kook and a conspiracy theorist, but she doesn't come off like an evangelical. Like maybe you can say this better since this is your theory, but it's like they have a pop culture sense of religion, but not like they're not actually religious. And so for secular voters, like this secular working class voter is a huge piece of this story that I think sometimes people don't realize. And I keep trying to explain this to people because, I mean, Pence is trying so hard to make Pence happen. Yeah. And so he's going around to all the reporters and so they always call up and they're like, well, what do you hear in the focus groups about Pence? And I'm like, they hate him. You just talk about the sour spot. Like he's in the sour spot with these voters where the Trump skeptical ones think he was just like a bobblehead to Trump, always just like nodding along, never doing anything. And the hardcore MAGAs think he's a traitor. But like, and generally, like, they're not interested in his brand of social conservatism, him like not being alone with a woman who's not his wife. Like, people think that's weird stuff. Right. And I think that that's part of what's interesting about some of these. Like, Doug Mastriano is a weirdo.
Yeah.
I know they're not up against each other exactly, but like, I think there's more Trump voters who would vote for Fetterman on vibes. And I think these more college-educated, more like secular kind of normie Republican voters might reject Mastriano because he's a weirdo.
Yeah. There's this talking point going around right now, which is like the Republicans want to become a white Christian nationalist party. And I understand what they're trying to say. And it's like, because there is an element of that. You know, there are plenty of people who have documented that there are some people that want that. But I don't even think it's a majority of the coalition. It's like maybe a strong plurality. It's maybe a third, maybe 40% at the most. The rest of these people, they're not Christian nationalists. They see the culture war in a different way, right? Maybe the best way to describe this, like imagine a voter that is a dude, working class guy, maybe he goes to church, maybe he doesn't, maybe he goes to church on Easter, has had plenty of sex out of wedlock, is interested in abortions if necessary, but culturally is more, we're stereotyping here, right? But culturally is like anti-woke, didn't like being told that he had to wear a mask, doesn't like the whole, can a trans person compete with girls, right? And so their culture war is different, totally. Right? Like the person that has those views doesn't necessarily care about gay marriage bans, or certainly doesn't want a 1-week abortion ban, or certainly doesn't, want a churchy president like talking to them about churchy stuff. Oh, it's right. Mother, right? Like that is just not a good fit for this person. And that's about half the party. That's another sizable chunk. That's another 40% of the party. There is as important as the people that are as the evangelical crowd. So you look at someone like Lake. Can Lake merge both? I think maybe. Now, the problem with Lake is that she's gone so far all in and trying to appeal to that. He's talking about taking ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and the Biden regime. And like, it's a little much. And Trump lost Arizona, right? So
Not by a lot, but
Kerry
yes.
might, not by a lot, but yeah. So Kerry might do the best Trump imitation, better than Mastriano or Tudor, of course, can. And, maybe they run 2 points behind Trump and she runs 1, but, you can run 1 point behind Trump in Arizona and that's still an L, right? So I think that she's still got some challenges about how she can add to the Trump coalition. I don't know how she does that, but I do agree that she's a much better fit for the type of person that Trump brought into the coalition, which is now a very significant part of the Republican coalition.
Yeah, I'm really glad you made that point about the white Christian nationalists. I do think that people continue to misunderstand. It's why I keep doing these episodes where we talk about the not Trump voters who then voted for Trump.
Right.
And some of them were Hillary Clinton voters, but a lot of them were just people who came in off the sidelines over the culture war. Also because it made politics more fun to them. Trump was more accessible to them as a politician.
Right.
And so there, of course, is a very dark ribbon running through what's happening right now. But actually a lot of it is that people are having more fun this way. They get to own the libs. So, I have my Libs Tears mug and I have my Trump flag and I say, let's go, Brandon. And sometimes I catch a rally and I feel like I have a community. I feel like it's fun. I mean, I got to tell you, the focus groups, when you tell them all they're all Trump voters, they love chatting with each other. They just, the Democrats, they're just much less unified. Whereas the Trump voters, they immediately develop this camaraderie and they just all say the same things. But so much of the time they laugh when they say it. They carry Trump so lightly. It's one of the things that I always think is such an interesting difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, because the Democrats take the threat of Trump, much like we do, seriously as a very bad outcome. And our somber tone, our fear, our discussions of democracy, that is just fodder for their ridicule, mocking, and they think it's hilarious.
I think it's funny.
And they're owning us by making us say, oh, it's also dangerous. Please get over it. Deep state is a fun thing to talk about. So
can I add a separate point on this? It's another thing I've been monitoring. I wanted to talk about on this sort of recap of the primaries is this coalition change, which we've discussed ad nauseum, is good for Republicans because the imbalance of the Senate and the way the Electoral College works, and these sort of more rural voters and working class whites have outsized sway in the way our system is. I am wondering though now, as we look ahead to the midterms, if and this might be hard to tell from a focus group, but I'm interested in your take because the types of people that do focus groups might be a little bit self-selecting. But if the Democrats are actually being helped a little bit by this trade as far as the turnout and engagement is concerned.
Yes.
Right? Because the Democrats now got a bunch more people who are serious and maybe scolds and maybe we're being owned. Maybe we care a little too much, but we care. Right. And so they're really engaged. They're following this. I always look back at the 2020 primary and I thought it was interesting in the Democratic primary that there was a very significant, maybe 15, 20% of the Democrat electorate that they were hopping. You could tell these people were watching MSNBC and reading Politico and on social media, they were hopping from hot candidate to hot candidate, right? They were very engaged in wanting to beat Trump and win. And, there's people that went Pete and they're even with Liz for a while and then Amy and then, Biden at the end because we need to rally behind Biden. And part of the reason it was so efficient in how people moved to Biden, I think, is because of the newer Democrats are so highly engaged about this. Some of these Trump voters are not, right? And if they're taking this all as a big troll, this isn't to criticize people for being less educated, but just if you don't have a college education, you historically aren't as engaged in politics, that profile is the profile of a type of voter who doesn't vote in midterms as often. And I do wonder with Trump on the ballot, if some of the Republican wave is being crested a little bit by the fact that this new coalition is a little harder to turn out. And the Democrats, who used to always feel oh man, it's so hard to turn out these lower income voters that were a key part of their coalition. There's now some of the coalition, but a lesser part. And now it's much easier for Democrats to turn out, some of the newer parts of the coalition. I don't know. What's your take about that?
Well, this is something I'm just totally keeping an eye on because I do think, right, when you talk about what is the Democratic base, I think people oftentimes think it's progressive activists and Black and brown voters. And I actually think it's Black and brown voters and college educated suburban voters because that progressive city base of kids, they're your unreliable people, right? This is why Joe Biden thinks he's got to give everybody 10 grand in debt loan forgiveness is to get those people up off their butts. But those college-educated suburban voters are extremely reliable primary voters. And they've been voting in Republican primaries for a long time for moderate candidates. And now they are voting for Democrats in these elections. It's definitely worth keeping an eye on. But there's something you said that I want to dig into, because for a long time, another formulation I had was that Trump was going to be on the ballot for the people that he was attracting, but he wasn't going to be on the ballot for the people he repelled.
Right.
And so he was on the ballot for the people that he attracts by being like, well, we got a revenge tour. We've got to avenge the election being stolen. But for people who turned out specifically because they wanted to defeat Donald Trump, right, he's not going to be on the ballot for a lot of those people. But I think that one of the big missteps, besides the candidates that Trump endorsed, as well as the good candidates he chased off in Sununu and Hogan and Ducey, for example, I think one of the things that he's done is he has put himself back on the ballot, because there's all these election deniers. And I think the further we've gotten away from the 2020 election, the more bored people are getting with the election denialism as like an animating issue. I think a year ago, it was much more animating. And now people are kind of like, I want to talk about like why Biden like is brain dead. And I want to, talk about inflation. And Republicans aren't talking about those. They have these issues that are top of mind, and like they haven't been able to coalesce around a really strong message on inflation, the economy, and crime, and the stuff that they thought was going to like fuse this coalition back together, their sort of suburban coalition with their base voters, because it's all about Trump and it's all about the 2020 election being stolen. That's literally the platform of Michaels and Lake. Like, it's what you had to do to get his endorsement. And so I think that the enthusiasm, the people, when I was saying like Trump is on the ballot for the people he attracts, I think that enthusiasm has been going down, while Trump putting himself on the ballot through these surrogate candidates and maybe some of the Mar-a-Lago stuff, he's looming larger, saying he's going to run again for president. I think he is putting himself on the ballot for the people that he repels. And I would say that is also part of this vibe shift. And I would just like to give credit for part of that to the January 6th committee. Everybody, this is like just like a place where everybody was pretty wrong early on when people are asking me like, well, was it going to make a difference? I was like, sort of depends on what they have. But I've still been surprised by how much I think it has caused people not to abandon Trump, because that's not what's happening, but to kind of start looking around for alternatives and to feel like the baggage he's carrying makes him not as electable. I mean, I've talked about this a lot on this podcast, that like we just saw a major shift after the January 6th committee. And I think it's a combination of people being interested in other candidates like DeSantis, but also feeling like Trump has too much baggage and can't win. And there's starting to be these like electability concerns. And so I feel like there's been like a little bit of drift from him. And again, the people who hate him are being reanimated by him and the crazy people he's put on the ballot.
Yeah. And just briefly, the thing that I would add to that is that, again, I keep going back to Youngkin, but I think it's just important for like a baseline, right? Because this was a big reason why people thought a red wave was coming, right? Virginia had been a big blue state, and for Youngkin to win, and we gave a lot of reasons for Youngkin to win, and a lot of some of the resistance folks, some of our new friends, were kind of dismissive of some of these things. Like, come on, like, I don't know if that's really right, and it must be racism that people voted for him or whatever. But there is a really meaningful change between them and now. And for those of us who follow this closely, like the distinction between Youngkin and Tudor Dixon or whoever is, for your average voter, you're looking at him and you're going, okay, this isn't an insurrectionist really, right? He doesn't give off insurrectionist vibes to keep with our vibe check. And I am really pissed about gas prices, etc. That is not the case for Lake, Mastriano, Oz, it's Michaels, etc. They do give off insurrection-y vibes, right? And so that does matter. And so along with the January 6th committee, along with Mar-a-Lago, does put Trump more on the ballot this fall than he was last fall. Add on Roe onto that, add on economy getting a little better. All of those elements are contributing to why the environment looks a lot better now than it did then.
Okay, so we've established that there has been some vibe shift. We've talked about why we think it is. It's Roe, it's Trump on the ballot, it's the Democrats' enthusiasm jumping up, it's the terrible quality of the candidates, many of them weirdos and insurrectionists.
Gas prices going back down a little bit.
Gas prices going back down a little bit. Okay, so we've got all that stuff in play. So then here's my next question. So Democrats today are feeling great. They think that maybe the House, they can hold on to it. And I just saw Cook just downgraded their estimate, which they'd already downgraded once. I think they had originally had 30 as their top, and then they dropped it down to 25, and they just dropped it down their high end to 20. Do you think, with the vibe shift, that the Democrats could potentially hold on to the House? Or are we just all seeing kind of like an August mirage that comes from the fact that Democrats have been kind of spending unopposed while Republicans have been slugging it out in a bunch of these primaries? And as soon as they start dumping money on the heads of these Democratic candidates, things are going to like really tighten up, and actually the House is definitely gone. Like, where do you feel like things are right now?
Are you ready for this
Yeah.
great pundit answer?
Maybe.
I'm going to be a broken record on Bulwark podcast for the next 2 months over this. And I'm sorry, but it's just, this is what it really all comes down to, is that Joe Biden's numbers right now are still in the 30s. There is no precedent for a president having that low of approval numbers for their party having a good midterm. Okay, so now the question is, well, does that mean that we're going to revert to the mean come fall once the ads come up and, you know, the laws of political gravity are going to reassert themselves and Republicans will end up winning 35 seats and, you know, winning 1 or 2 Senate seats? Maybe. I think that's possible that will happen. Or is it possible that we're in unprecedented political times and that Biden's approval number is low, mainly from kind of some people on the left who are annoyed with him, and maybe the student loan thing will change that. Maybe it won't, TBD. Maybe his approval ratings, and this, I think there's some evidence of this in your focus groups, are low just about age, you know, and people say that they have an unfavorable opinion of him because they just don't think that he's up for the job given his age, and that they're still Democrats, you know, or they still think Republicans are way worse. They're still going to vote for Democrats. And there's like a great parallel for that outlier situation happening with the numbers. Or maybe the other thing that's possible in the Democrats' favor, I keep looking to France, you know, where Macron's numbers were as low as Biden's. And he ends up going up against Le Pen. So the election ends up becoming a choice, not a referendum. And he wins handily because the French are like, well, I might not love what's happened with Macron and the economy, but this like lunatic fascist is worse. So, you know, there are 3 potential outlier situations that make a, I think, legitimate argument that the Democrats would do better than historically you would expect. But it's hard for me to want to go out on a limb and say that something that has never happened is going to happen in November. You know, that thing being a president with such low approval ratings doing well in the midterm.
That's right. And also, I mean, I think looking back on 2020, I think it's fair to say that especially in the polling, we all thought Biden was going to win. We all thought he was going to win probably by a lot. What happened? Republicans did better than everybody expected. Down ticket. Trump lost narrowly. Luckily, he lost narrowly in a bunch of places, which made it harder for him to try to overturn things when they didn't go his way. But yeah.
I had to write a whole new book. I had a whole different book idea that was maybe wouldn't have been a number 2 New York Times bestseller.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Wait, what was
my
it?
original book idea, I had a proposal going, and they wanted me to wait till after the election, was based on a Joe Biden landslide win. And it was going to be, you know, something along the lines of Trump is forever. And I was going to sort of make the red dot, like the fact that just because Trump lost, like we still have this permanent shift in our politics. And like that was going to be the case. But given that it was so close, or not that close, but close enough for like Trump to create a cult that stormed the Capitol. There was not a requirement for a book about how Trump was going to have a permanent impact on the Republican Party. It was kind of like a tweet and not a book. It was pretty evident on people's TV screens. So yeah, no, expectations were that Biden was going to do better. And there is, at this point, some pretty clear evidence, particularly in certain states, that like there are Trump voters who aren't answering polls.
Oh, well, I can tell you we've been running polls, and the number of Trump voters that opt out when you're basically trying to do like message testing, like they just disconnect immediately. And so I worry very much about the polls. I worry about overinterpreting things like Kansas, where you had a standalone ballot measure as opposed to like a candidate that they don't like on abortion, but they do like on the economy, et cetera, et cetera. That makes it a tougher choice for them. And so I don't think that's all that clear. But the one thing that I think, you know, so I was putting this up, this idea of, hey, Republicans did better than everybody thought in 2020, and people just rejected Trump. but like Republicans did fine, much better
Yeah.
than expected. What's interesting to me about the change now, and it's going to be a question about just how much do candidates matter and how much do fundamentals matter, is that now there's like so many of these candidates are now on their own seeming like crazy people. I just really do still think candidates matter a lot. I think fundamentals matter a lot too. That's what I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, look at the big ones that they won, like Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, right? I mean, like, say what you want about these people, and it's fine to hate these people if you're a Democratic listener, but there isn't really a comparison between them
Right.
and like Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. You know, even Purdue and Loeffler, like if it wasn't for the craziness where they end up running as pro-coup candidates, it's different. It's a category difference. And in a casual voter's eye in particular, I do think they're going to look at Oz, at Mastriano and judge them more like they judge Trump. So, yeah, I think that there could be, the sense that Republicans did better underneath Trump in 2020. That's true. Can they replicate that again? I think that might be the case, in Florida, right? They're hopeful Democrats and say, Marco and Ron DeSantis, we can beat them. I think most Republican voters are going to look at Marco and Ron DeSantis the way that Republicans in North Carolina looked at Tom Tillis, right? And stick with them and not look at them as crazy people, regardless of what everyone's personal views are of those two people. They're certainly not my favorite people. But I think there's a category difference between Oz and Mastriano and Marco and DeSantis. And I think that it's going to be a meaningful difference. That's probably the tune of 2 to 3 points.
It's so funny you brought up Florida, because that was my last question was, is the vibe shift enough?
Great minds.
Is the vibe shift enough for Florida? Because this is what happens, right? When there's a vibe shift, everyone starts getting like, ooh, maybe we'll hold the House. Ooh, maybe we should be in Florida. Maybe you can beat Rubio. He's weak. Val Demings is the best. And I think that might still be an overread. I think that's an overread I don't think the vibes have shifted that much. And obviously we had the Florida primary. Charlie Crist totally dominated Nikki Fried, which I think is a lot of Democrats going for electability over sort of true Democrat, because Crist was a Republican back in the day. Even though he's the more maybe electable of the two, is there any chance of beating DeSantis, even with people knowing? I mean, I think people are pretty clear, like, if DeSantis were to lose, that would severely hinder his ability to run for president. Like, is that enough to generate the kind of Democrat enthusiasm in Florida to take out DeSantis? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think it's worth a try. I wish that there is a Florida Democratic billionaire that would put in money to make it a competitive race. I think that Val Demings against Marco is a strong candidate in a different kind of situation. But it's hard to see, how it happens. And, like, it's kind of easy to think, okay, well, who is DeSantis attracting that Trump didn't attract, right? Like, there are going to be some voters that just, as we said, in other states, we saw that couldn't vote for Trump because he was too extreme. Even if that's only 1%, that's a 1% bump for him. You can imagine him starting to improve even more working class Latinos in the state because that's the trajectory they're on. Okay, so now where is Chris going to gain from Biden? Don't know. I don't know. That's hard for me to imagine who that person is, right?
Yeah.
Like, who's the Trump Crist voter, the person that didn't vote and then votes for Crist. So I just think the math is pretty tough. I do think it's worth a shot. You never know what happens. There's still time left, but it's a tough environment. I'm not of the view that Florida's totally off the map for Democrats. I just think that they got to start thinking about the state a little differently and the types of candidates they run.
Totally agree. Tim Miller, I love your vibes. Your vibes have always been...
I love your vibes.
Yeah, your vibes have always been good. My old friend, I don't know if people know this, that, these other Bulwark people, they all came to us late in life, but we've known each other since like 2006 or something.
I was in the closet when I met you. That's how far back
I
we
was
go.
like just out.
It's a different world. Totally different world.
My man.
I love you. Thank you for having me. It's a great podcast. I hope people, if they just came because they love me so much, which I'm sure is a handful of people because, I have such great vibes. I hope you go back and listen to the Focus Group archives because the other episodes are even better.
Thanks, bro. It's great to have you. And
See you,
thanks all of you for hanging with us for another episode of the Focus Group. We will be back next week. And like I said, it's going to be all Focus Group participants all the time. Have a great weekend. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and I am out of the office this week. I am traveling, so we are going to give you guys a bit of a treat. I hear from a lot of you that your favorite part is really just listening to the real people. And so we're going to give you just the raw audio of one of our latest focus groups. This group was a group of Trump 2016 voters who then did not vote for him in 2020. So these are our swing voters. In this group, all but one voted for Biden, and they were from Ohio, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. They're all women. And we wanted to see how they were thinking about the big races in their states. Obviously, from Doug Mastriano to Herschel Walker to J.D. Vance, there are some low-quality Republican candidates running in those states with really extreme positions on abortion. I think that shifted the focus from sort of a referendum on Democrats to a choice election. And I use choice deliberately, both to say that it is now about the right to choose. The abortion issue is obviously looming large, but also just a choice between Democrats and these very sort of extreme Republicans. And even if you're frustrated with Democrats, you're looking at some of these Republicans and thinking, I don't know. So Megan from my office is the moderator. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I will be back next week. Although I got to tell you, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is that this podcast has an incredible audience, very devoted, who show up every week to listen to the focus groups and the analysis. And I really appreciate all of you listening. If you love this show, you should go leave a review at Apple Podcasts. But the bad news is, I don't know if it's bad news. I think it's kind of good news. For the remainder of our season, we are going to go behind a paywall. So if you are not a Bulwark Plus subscriber, this is going to become a Bulwark Plus product. And we hope that you will subscribe to the Bulwark to hear the rest of the season of this show, because obviously it's going to get pretty interesting here as we go into the general election. In return, we're going to ungate and make free The Next Level, which is the podcast that I do with Tim Miller and Jonathan V. Last. After Labor Day, that is going to become free and public and come out behind the paywall. So we're going to do a little bit of a trade here. But if you listen to this podcast and you love it, we'd sure appreciate if you could go become a Bulwark Plus member. You get a lot of benefits other than just this podcast. But thanks so much for sticking with us and for being a great audience, for sending all your questions and comments. And I'll catch you guys next week.
Okay. Well, so I just want to establish kind of a baseline of where everybody's coming from. Everybody here was a Donald Trump 2016 voter and a non-Donald Trump 2020 voter. But let's kind of find out what that means. So for non-Trump 2020, who here voted for Joe Biden? We'll do show of hands. Okay, so this is everybody but why don't you tell us who you voted for in 2020?
I completely went independent on my voter registration. So I voted for Joe Jorgensen and the Libertarian Party.
Sure. And then I'm curious how you guys identify politically these days, which I know is these are imperfect buckets I'm going to ask you to put yourself in. But just for the point of this exercise, if you guys could do your best, I'll ask if you consider yourselves current Republicans, former Republicans, or independents. And we'll start there. So who still identifies as a Republican? Show of hands. Okay, so we've got 4, about half the group here. Who considers themselves a former Republican? Okay, so we've got about a couple Republicans and about half to a little more than half that are former Republicans. And then I'm also curious where on that spectrum you guys self-identify. Very conservative, center-right, moderate, or just dead in the middle moderate. So where are my very conservative people? And where are my conservative? So just conservative. We have no very conservatives. And how about center right moderate? So 2, and then who's finding themselves dead center these days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 out of 9 on that. Okay, so like I said, just sort of some baseline setting here. Thinking about changing parties changing votes in 2020. I'm curious, and I'll let everybody share a little bit about that. But thinking about that 2020 vote, most of you were for Biden, one of you were for third party Jo Jorgensen. But would you say that vote was an anti-Trump vote? You weren't going to vote for him again, didn't like what you were seeing in those 4 years? Or would you say that was an affirmative vote for Joe Biden? You liked him, you liked what you were hearing. For Jo Jorgensen, you liked her, you liked what she had to say. So let's see my anti-Trump votes for 2020. Okay, so nearly everything. You liked Jo Jorgensen, liked what she had to say. Okay, we'll start with you. So take me back just a bit. Tell me in 2016 why you decided to vote for Trump, and then in 2020, why you decided to not vote for Trump again and go ahead and vote for Biden. How you were thinking about it.
Well, I didn't like the Clinton machine. I mean, there's just, my perception is that there's like a machine that's kind of behind her that, you know, is going to be this, that, or the other policy, and it's going to get done, and it's going to get done that way. And I didn't like that. And I didn't know everything I probably should have known about Donald Trump. But that is what largely precipitated my vote in 2016. Mm-hmm. And in 2020, I didn't perceive that Biden had some big machine behind him. And the country had already been torn apart for 4 years over all of this shenanigans that's been going on. And I just wanted someone that would get us back to like someplace relatively normal. Like make politics boring again, please. But that was my thinking.
Brings up a good point. I'm going to ask it two ways. I want to show hands for who would classify their 2016 vote as an anti-Clinton, just couldn't do it, couldn't vote for her, and who was a pro-Trump, really liked him, liked what he had to say. So where are my anti-Clinton votes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 out of 9. So let me hop over to Ann. Why don't you tell me how you were thinking in 16 and then 20?
In 16, I kind of was anti-Clinton. I just felt I don't know, everything she said as a woman did not hit to me as a woman. I didn't feel like everything she portrayed was what I believed, and felt like she kind of clumped all women in together. And I probably didn't know as much about Trump as I should have. And then in 2020, it was kind of the lesser of two evils. I wasn't necessarily all for Biden, but I thought at the time he was probably the better choice out of the two.
Okay. And tell me how you were thinking about it in 16 and then 20.
So I guess like my political beliefs have always kind of spawned like from early on. Like I couldn't ever classify myself as one or the other. I always brought up different things like in high school discussions, college discussions. So when I voted for him in 2016, it was more how he was very no BS kind of guy. I like straightforward, and that seemed like what he could bring to the table. And then in 2020, I decided to just go full on with my gut and just go completely independent, because most people don't even know that there's a third option. So there's like some percentages you have to hit to be able to get the third option on the ballot. And like, that's like what a lot of third party libertarians are trying to do right now, is just get the idea that there is another option. You don't have to pick between the lesser of two evils. And Jo Jorgensen is legitimately wonderful person who has nice, good morals, no sketchy backgrounds, no creepy things. Like as a woman, she is appealing in cleaner ways than Hillary Clinton was. And she resonates with me as a person, as a woman, somebody I'd be proud to explain to my kids how presidents work and how our democracy and essentially our republic should work. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but
helpful. Tell me about 16 and 20 for you.
Okay. Again, raised in Kansas City, to Democratic parents. I was always strong Republican from early on. And I think it was driven by fiscal responsibility, which always kept me under the Republican perspective, historical anyway. So 2016, I felt similar to whoever just said that about, I didn't believe that Clinton fairly represented all women on her platform or appearances or whatever it is. Again, from the traditional Republican voting for me, it of course leaned me towards Trump. I had reservation with him, but like someone else said, I did appreciate what appeared to be forthrightness at the time, kind of the no BS mannerism. I also kind of thought, oh no, he is a bit hokey, and how's this going to play out on an international stage? Because, I don't know how well respected he's going to be, but I also thought, well, Ronald Reagan was an actor, and I always felt that he became a really strong leader for our country. So that was one of the reasons I thought, don't cut him short too quickly. Fast forward to 2020, disappointed in just some of his behavior, the divisiveness that I felt was building under his leadership within the country. As someone said, can't we just go back to quiet politics again? I'm just so exhausted of the noise, and the extremists on both sides just exhaust me. I really believe that the majority of our country is kind of in the center, and they'll have a few hot buttons that are important to them. But I think most of us are normal. These small percentages on the edges are starting to run the country, and that's just concerning for me. So I thought, well, I really haven't in my life voted Democratic, but I just felt like Joe just seemed a little stable. I knew he had a lot of international experience, which I thought was going to come into play. It certainly has, as far as diplomacy. So I kind of went with the lesser of the two evils.
Mm-hmm. And how about you?
Well, I'm going to preface this by saying that in 2016, I was 22. So still not really what I would consider in the adult world yet. I was in grad school, still taking a lot of my politics and my political views from my parents, which I think is understandable. I went 4-year college into graduate school, and I was in my first year at the time. And the vote for Trump was anti-Clinton all the way. Because my reasoning at the time was that I did not want a career politician in the White House. I was tired of politicians. We had too many of them, was my opinion. And I also thought it would be interesting to have not a politician, but someone with a background in business in the White House. Because a country, you could think of it as just one large business. You can't run it into the ground. That's pretty important. And those were my most cognizant points when I was voting at the time. 4 years later, I had a little more life experience, and I had realized that even though you have a businessman in the White House, even though there were objectively some good decisions, the way in which he was behaving, other countries already viewed us disparagingly. And it seemed like Trump was just giving them more and more ammunition. The amount of satire, the amount of cartoons, the amount of jokes, it embarrassed me. I didn't want him in the White House anymore because of his conduct. I'm not sure how much of it is just rumor, but I know the effect it's having, and I wanted that to stop.
Okay. How about you?
So in 2016, I somebody that does business and everything. I thought, okay, at that point, politics was kind of boring. I was like, yeah, okay, maybe a business person would kind of help things along and everything. And by 2018, I've traveled the world, and I have seen the way that we were a laughing stock, like literally. I went to Poland and was helping people learn English, and my mentee, literally his whole presentation was making fun of Americans and Donald Trump. And he was literally like, is he a genius or is he a buffoon? The rhetoric that he was doing and how it was just making everybody think that that's how Americans are. And I'm like, it was just totally not my cup of tea at that point. So 2020, I did vote for Joe Biden. It was definitely an anti-Donald Trump vote. Again, as everybody said, I wish politics would just be boring again. Like when I was growing up, I never remembered politics ever being like this. And I do feel these extreme groups on either side are just fueling it. And unfortunately, the media does elevate it and everything, because where I'm from, I don't see that at all. I mean, I just feel like I live in normal America. I mean, I don't see the crazy things that I see on the news all the time. So I'm just like, I just want to go back to that. So, yeah.
So why don't we go ahead and skip on over to how are you thinking about it in 16 and 20?
Probably a lot of repeats, but I was definitely not voting against Hillary Clinton. I was just a lifelong Republican, and I had many, many reservations about Donald Trump. But as was said before, I think I really convinced myself that the businessman concept was something new. And I am a big believer in both the country running as a business and also the public relations and optics and all of that, which is not why I voted for Donald Trump, but it's why I didn't vote for Donald Trump the second time around. But I think at that time in 2016, I was probably pretty busy and distracted and not as educated as I should have been. And my husband was definitely very influential. So I was getting a lot of information from him. I'm not proud to say that, but I'm going to admit it. And so then, 4 years later, I was very embarrassed, and I am a big advocate of the public relations of any business. So I think that was just so horrific. And then just to pile on to that, the divisiveness in the country. I mean, we've never seen anything. Well, we've never seen anything like this. It very likely existed. We didn't have Twitter back in the 1800s, so it might have looked very similarly. And my vote in 2020 was definitely not for Joe Biden. It was definitely just against Donald Trump. It was most certainly the lesser of two evils.
Did your husband vote for Trump again?
He did. Mm-hmm. And he was horrified for 4 years and still voted for Trump again. So felt like a wasted trip to the polls that night.
Okay. How are you thinking?
Definitely anti-Clinton. Everyone has really said everything very well. Congratulations. But anti-establishment. If Joe Biden was running in 2016, I would have voted for him then. So fast forward, I feel he's very honest. I felt he had experience, would work across the aisle, and it was definitely for Joe, but also anti-Trump, both together.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about your vote for Trump in 16 a little more. What made
anti-Clinton? That was the establishment. That's who they wanted. Yes. I didn't feel that was the right choice. And like everyone else said, you have hope, not an established politician, for the people, business background, everything that was said to us. And you're just hopeful because it was so anti-establishment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I, like everybody else, was very pro-business. I run the business end of our dental practice. And so I really figured that he could run the country like a business and we would be successful. There were some things that I agreed with him. And then I just really wanted him to not say another word. If he just could have been quiet, I think he would have been elected again. And if he wasn't like trying to always poke the bear or say things from Twitter, like once you become president, you have to become presidential. You have to be that person that we all look up to. And I agree with other people. We were a laughingstock around the world. I wasn't in love with Hillary. I don't love the way that she presents herself. I don't love the way she presents women all the time, like we said. And I think she often makes more enemies than makes friends. When someone talked about Ronald Reagan, and I mean, I can tell you where I was when he was shot. He was a president that you looked up to. And I was young at the time, but it seems that all of politics has just gotten into this like alarmist, we need our 15 minutes of fame or our 30 minutes of fame. There's no depth. And we've become a country that is so divided. Families have been divided. Friendships have been lost because of this. And I don't remember this when I was growing up. I don't even remember this prior to Bill Clinton, where we had such problems that we couldn't come together as a country. I blame a lot of it on the media. It's like a scare tactic. We need to make progress in the country. And it seems like we're so divided that we can't even come together on anything. And I feel like our country is going backwards and not forward. And it scares me. It scares me. It scares me as a mother of a daughter. You know, when you asked about, are we Republicans? I'm a fiscal Republican, but I am a social democrat. You be you. You be happy being you. But you shouldn't have to tell me who I can be. And let's work together to make this economy strong and make us have a presence in this world where we're looked up to and where we're thought of as also we can take care of others, but we really take care of ourselves.
So completely dovetailed into my next question. I was going to go around the room, get us kind of caught up. So my question to the group next, and I'll go around, but my question is, how do you think things are going right now in the country? Is there anything you want to add? That was a pretty, like you knew that's what I was going to ask.
I tried.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. But if there's anything you want to add, I can also come back to you at the end once the other ladies have spoken, if anything.
No worries.
But why don't you take it? How do you think things are going?
I mean, Twitter's a lot more quiet. I honestly have zero respect for Joe Biden as a person, as a leader. He is embarrassing in different aspects. I think he's also delusional. I don't know if he's like just cooped up in the White House and only says what people tell him to say, because the things like I've seen like come from his like social media accounts and news articles. Like I honestly try to avoid like mainstream news on TV. I try to like, if something comes up through searches and whatever, I try to like look into it myself. The extremist media was like affecting my mental health. So I spend a lot of time outside, away from technology. I think like what has become more important to me is local politics. I have a lot more influence there. I must keep my TV off because I'm still embarrassed.
What do you think? How do you think things are going?
It's hard because my daughter just turned 13 and my son is 14 and a half, and they are getting to the point where they ask a lot of questions or, you know, taking classes in school and trying to understand what's going on. And it's hard for me to explain to them that these are our options. I'd love to have a third-party option that could blow the other two out of the water. I guess I'm not at the point where I have faith that we're going to get enough votes to make a difference, and I'd like to see that change. And it's hard to explain to them why we have a 79-year-old president and why the people in Congress are as old as they are, and they're the ones who are making decisions. You know, like from any other job, you retire at a certain age, you know, and if he's going to run again, he's going to be, 85 years old. But at the same point, I don't know who wants to be the president right now either, but it's hard for me to explain to them that this is what it's come down to, Donald Trump made a lot of noise, and every time he opened his mouth, it was like, my goodness, like my kids have to hear this, what he's saying. And I think the only change is that Joe Biden doesn't talk, he talks so little. One of my kids asked me a couple months ago, is he still the president? Because you don't hear anything, so I don't know. I don't think it has changed much at all. think it's any better. And I don't know. I don't know what we can do as a country to have a better option, because it's not great. And this is not what I'd like to see my kids grow up and have to deal with.
How do you think things are going?
Frustrated. I'm frustrated with the government taking away women's rights. I'm frustrated with some states, like on what teachers can teach and how we can treat our students, and making sure that they can get everything that they need, and having to basically ignore things. And that's not what they need. I'm frustrated with the economy. I mean, I have had to turn off the news, and this summer has been amazing, just being outside and kind of like putting it all out. Like, I haven't heard what students are telling me or anything like that. So I've kind of like had a mental refresh over the summer, minus me watching like the January 6th like trials, which unfortunately then you like, it brings back things, and I'm just like, how did we do this? So I feel better that we're not having riots like that right now, but I'm very frustrated too. So that's where I'm at.
Can I get a quick show of hands of who else watched some of the January 6th hearings, some of the coverage? Keep them up. Let me see. Okay, so we've got everybody watched some of the coverage, some of the hearings. Yeah. That's good. Okay, how do you think things are going?
I'm very concerned. The country's just absolutely divided. It's not just either president, but it's the Congress, the Senate. To me, it just seems like kindergarten, arguing amongst themselves, believing what they want to believe. I don't feel they have the voters or their people's best interest in mind. And I honestly feel that money lets the candidate win. How we said Hillary was the establishment and she had the money, Trump had the money, and it's like whoever our new candidates are going to be are going to survive because they could put the most money into a campaign. It all gets down, to me at least, to finances, and it's just, it's alarming.
How about you?
Well, first of all, like I react emotionally every time I hear Joe Biden attacked on the basis of his age. I don't know if any of you are interested in the Rolling Stones, but did you know that Mick Jagger is 79? Is anyone going to tell Mick Jagger that he shouldn't be Mick Jagger anymore because he's 79? I don't think so. If you don't like his style, you don't like his substance, then vote for somebody else. But don't say because he's too old. That just pisses me off. Mm-hmm. But where I think we are now as a country is that everyone is so segmented. On the Democratic side of the spectrum, you have the very progressive Democrats that are as much of a craw in Biden's throat as anything else, so that even the Democratic Party, can't get its shit together on anything. And it's not Joe Biden's fault. He's like violently moderate. This is like a really moderate guy. And it's just Congress is not going to let him get very little of anything. Like he got like some things done just last week that nobody thought he was going to get done, because everybody wants something. Like they want either really extremely liberal things, and then Republicans want there's hardly any moderate Republicans left. God bless Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney, but there's hardly any moderate Republicans left. So you don't have anybody on that side that you can even work with anymore. So the center is not there anymore. There's no center that holds. Every time I hear Joe Biden being attacked, I'm thinking, you ought to be throwing flowers at this man's feet. We would have another term of Donald Trump if it were not for this man. This is the guy that everyone felt like people could vote for, and they did. But instead of okay, let's work with you, they're attacking him. That's where I see it. Sorry to unload.
No, it's all right. Thoughts? How do you think things are going?
Not great. I feel things could be way worse, again, with different leadership. I think that the art of compromise is getting lost on the two extremes. I feel like I'm an intelligent person, that I can watch the news or read an article and filter through the BS and the propaganda, so to speak. When I see things like that, what's frustrating for me is I feel that there's a large group in our population base that do not step back and analyze for themselves. It's easier to listen to sound bites and follow that, which is so frightening. And I feel like our society right now just lives on those sound bites. It seems like just single topics are dividing things. Again, women's right, and I'm with all of you. And even though I'm conservative in many ways, I don't want anyone telling me what I can or cannot do with my body. And I don't want to judge anyone else who makes their choices that are right for their life. Like many of you, I kind of shut things off. It's exhausting. I mean, even our local politics here in Pennsylvania, I guess we all, based on the states that are represented, there's a lot going on in each state as well that's concerning. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just can't believe some of the choices we're going to have to make between certain candidates.
Yeah, who in Pennsylvania do you find most frustrating?
I think Mastriano's just like a nut job, just extremely frustrating. And in watching the debates, I was like, okay, we have a few rational Republicans on this panel here. And I'm like, God, how can we kind of get them going? Because I think ultimately they're going to have the chance to maybe get more things done across both aisles and back to rational people dealing with rational people. And yet what happens is Mastriano gets, the Republican nomination. I was like, oh my gosh. So, you've got that, you've got Dr. Oz as the other option. So it's just making it very easy for me to be like, oh, it's going to be easy to vote line item by line item instead of straight Republican ticket or straight Democrat, looking at each. This is what I finally came to as a more mature through many years of voting. I used to feel comfortable doing pretty much a straight line on something. These days, no way. It's line item by line item by line item. Even though I still relate and I'm still registered Republican, no way am I voting for Mastriano or Oz. So my vote will go to the Democrats on that. Narrowed down.
Some of the most extreme things are about Mastriano that keep you from not being able to do it. And inversely, do you kind of like some things about Fetterman or Shapiro?
I like some things about all of them. It's the things I strongly dislike that will keep me away. For example, Mastriano, big anti-vaxxer, big don't tell us what to do with our bodies. Yet in the same breath, all women, abortions will be banned. And he's going to try to tell me what to do with my body, even though he's saying the government shouldn't tell him what he should do with his body. Talk about confusing messaging. I'm like, dude, like, if it works for you, great. But if you're female, it's not to work for you. So I cannot stand his mixed message on that at all. I don't like his participation and rallying cries for January 6th events. That just wrong. To Oz, again, I'm not from Pennsylvania originally, but I have lived here over 20 years. I feel like it's my home. I don't like his skirty way about coming into politics in Pennsylvania without any skin in the game. Mm-hmm. He's kind of sliding across the border, and he's a Trump puppet. But then I go to Shapiro, and I feel like he has taken on some tough battles within his experience as Attorney General. That I think was for betterment of the people in general, but he just seems more stable, more rational, more stable.
So I'd be remiss in this group full of women not to ask you guys how you were thinking about abortion being it's, I think, fair to say it's on the ballot in all of your states, Ohio, Georgia, Pennsylvania, coming up this fall. So I'm curious how you guys are thinking about that. I promise we are not going to litigate abortion. We only have, half hour left anyway. My question is this. So we've got in each of your races, actually. So we've got talking about Mastriano in Pennsylvania. You've got Vance in Ohio in the Senate. He's the Republican Senate nominee. And you've got Herschel Walker in Georgia. And these are all guys that are the Republican nominees for Senate and governor who have said that they believe in no exceptions for abortions. And I'll actually ask, do you think that no exceptions is too extreme?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about that. And how do you think about that when you're going to be voting this fall?
Okay. Truthfully, I'm pro-life because I feel that at conception, it is a person. As said, I do not judge others. Personally, I wouldn't want to be a politician making these decisions. And I feel it should be on the ballot. Let the majority of the people vote and let that be the rule.
Mm-hmm. So instead of it being a question, it's going to be through these candidates who are kind of running on these platforms of what their decisions are. So
truthfully, that wouldn't change my mind to vote for a candidate. One
not on that single issue, right?
Either way.
Mm-hmm. You're in Pennsylvania. What are your thoughts on Mastriano?
I feel he's dangerous, and he is running against Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
Shapiro has a phenomenal track record. He took down the pedophile priest, put him in jail. And I mean, he has a track record. And like, this was like the easiest candidate decision I ever had to make because often they don't have track records. Yeah, Mastriano is absolutely dangerous, but I'm voting for Shapiro based on his track record of going after the priests that molested children and adults. And yes.
Okay. How are you thinking about Mastriano, Shapiro, and Oz Fetterman?
Similarly, I find Shapiro to be appealing. You know, I don't claim to be up on everything current, and I don't have a ton of time to do the research, and I should. But I also appreciate the battles that Shapiro has taken on. I do feel like he seems to be kind of rational and cognitively and emotionally normal, which, maybe he's not, but we haven't seen any evidence that I'm aware of. Otherwise, I think that Mastriano is terrifying. He feels far more extreme than Trump to me. Trump was smart enough even to not be saying things quite this extreme at this point in a political race. So, I would say I will.
What about him do you think seems more extreme than Trump?
You know, I guess it's the abortion stance. I do find it hard to relate to. I would say I would consider myself generally to be a pro-life person, but to me, it's absolutely absurd to say that there are no exceptions to that. I am pro-choice. I do believe that that every woman should have the ability to make her own choices. But, if I was going to lean a little bit more, it might be a little more pro-life. But to say that there are no exceptions to that, I think about how that would have impacted my own life.
Okay, sure. I'm going to skip over to you because you're in Ohio. So you've got J.D. Vance, who's the Republican nominee for Senate, who had originally said that he would support no exceptions, and no exception ban on abortions in Ohio. Do you have any thoughts on him? Are you familiar with him at all?
Just based on the fact that he says no exceptions, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay. Do you know much about his opponent?
Not that much. I'm not that involved in local politics, but just knowing that is his stance, no, he does. I'm voting for someone that is not him.
Got it. Talk to me about Herschel Walker.
Oh, Herschel Walker. So if you watch some of the commercials, he doesn't look like he's all there. And it's a little scary. I'm not sure. For me, he seems like a puppet, and someone's got his hands up his shirt and kind of controlling him. It's been very depressing kind of being a Republican in the state of Georgia.
A lot of us in Georgia took a Republican ballot, even though we didn't intend to vote Republican in November. But we took a Republican ballot because we wanted to make sure that any Trump-anointed candidate did not make it.
Yeah, there were quite a few names, but I think it was like pretty locked in for a while.
I took the Republican ballot. I voted for Gary Black, the agriculture commissioner, but that didn't work.
All these candidates get on the ballot to begin with, and then they rise to the top.
Because you have primaries, and the most diehards turn out to the primaries. I'm beginning to think that ranked choice voting is probably a better way to go, because then, it's not the diehards on either side it's finally going to put people on a ballot for a general election.
So for the fall midterms, will you be crossing over again and voting for
Warnock? I'll be voting for Warnock, definitely.
I don't like him either.
You may not like him, but it's like, do you want
Walker? I don't want Walker, and I don't want Warnock. I don't like what Warnock has been spending. I don't like what he's been.
Well, he can't spend.
The things that he votes for, and the thing like the IRS new auditors and 27,000 new people like that, and
babies. Let me tell you something. The IRS owes me and my husband $1,300. They have owed it to us for more than a year. They agree in principle. They owe us $1,300. I cannot get through to the IRS.
Oh, I know.
Call them. It takes like a week to even get into the queue on hold. And then you're on hold for a whole day. And then some poor person takes your call and you explain it to them and they agree with you. They agree. Yeah. It should be this, should be that. But, here I am a whole, more than a year later. So yes, put the money into the IRS. Let them hire people, better systems. Yes.
Unfortunately, when it comes to that, I'm like a C, none of the above. I don't like any of them. And I'm trying to figure out who's the least worst.
But, Walker is just going to vote for whatever they tell him to vote for.
Exactly. He's a puppet. He's totally a puppet.
Interest.
So how are you guys thinking about Kemp and Abrams?
Again, how about we do C, none of the above?
Kemp is playing it very smart for this election cycle. I have done a lot of legislative work at the Capitol for years, and things became extreme when Kemp was elected. But Kemp, to his credit, is not talking about how extreme he actually is. I think Kemp's going to be reelected. Will I vote for Stacey Abrams? Probably yes. I will probably vote for Stacey Abrams. Not crazy about Stacey Abrams. No, I'm not. But I think, for Georgia to get out of this ditch that we're in, I think it's going to take maybe a split government. We've never had that, a split between Democrat and Republican. But if we get that, it might be very interesting to see. I don't think Stacey can ever be as liberal in Georgia as people think she's going to be. And there's things that are coming out of her campaign I'm not happy with, but that's what I will do.
I was just I was taking care of my kids' absentee ballots today, making sure that they were going to get theirs because they're all in school. You have to vote. It gets harder and harder. And what Kemp has done economically in Georgia, I can give him a thumbs up. But socially and the whole heartbeat, it's frightening. My daughter told me a very scary thing last weekend. We're moving her into college and things like that. And one of the things we were talking about was just her cell phone or whatever. And she told me, this is the night before I'm moving her in, she has gotten rid of she had an app that tracked her period.
Oh, yeah, she needs to get rid of that. She definitely needs to get rid of that. She'll end up getting like...
Yes! Yeah. But I thought, here's my 18-year-old daughter who's got to think, to me, that was one of the greatest, that's how you track.
That's a great innovation, but she has...
Wait, what? What is this?
I've heard of this. It's, people say that they're getting rid of their phone app on Apple phones where you can track your cycle, and people are getting rid of it because they're afraid that that'll get subpoenaed because you can have your phone records subpoenaed, and if you get...
It can look as if you are planning that there's
planning to have an abortion. And I want to say, like Kemp will talk about, well, we have exceptions for rape and incest, but there needs to be a police report. How many police reports do you think accompany incest or even rape? Like 12-year-old kids do not file police reports. They hope to God they're not pregnant. And like they are pregnant, they deny it for as long as they possibly can until they can't. I worked at the Capitol for all of that 2019 when that bill was being passed. It was like one of the most awful experiences of my life to watch all of this stuff going down. And I have heard every argument for and against. It's horrible. It's horrible. And it was just political when it got done. That's it.
Sure. So I'm going to pull in, I know we're kind of winding down here, and then I'm going to do a little lightning round of a bunch of stuff I want to ask you guys about. So I'll pull together my Pennsylvania girls, ladies, women, sorry. Any Oz fans? Nah, okay. You guys tell me what you guys think of Mastriano over Shapiro.
I am all for Shapiro. I think he is level-headed. I just think he is just all-inclusive of trying to help everyone. I think that's coming from like his record of showing what he's done for the state already. Mastriano, I hate to say it, but your students will be taught by half of basically all the teachers there because he's slashing budgets and there will be no teachers teaching anybody. So just speaking from that side, and Oz, he can go back to Jersey. And Fetterman is running an amazing, hilarious campaign with his charcuterie boards. And we call this a veggie, like it's spot on and so cheap. And I love it.
Yeah, so creative.
And you know what? He is getting those millennials that are like on the TikTok and Snapchat, like all of those. And just, he's not even saying much. I mean, he's not doing these huge bashing commercials. I mean, literally, he is holding up a veggie tray. That's it. It's great. I love it. Yeah.
What about you?
I feel like I could explode. You have a third option. People don't have to pick between the lesser of two evils there. While you might not know their names because they don't have the money, they don't have the backing. Joseph Solosky we are approved for the ballot in Pennsylvania. He is a independent. If you just go on, look up his site, you will see a super quick, where he stands. He's in the middle. He's bringing the power back to the people. We forget that we run this and they don't, although with their money they do. It's just you do have a third option. It's going to take time and people and communication for people to say, hey, there is someone who is a lot more level-headed. You have a third option.
Tell me why you don't like Mastriano.
I mean, quite honestly, so the road I live on, everyone is very spaced out. And when 2020, there was all sorts of Trump signs, and there's anti-Biden flags with the funny sayings against him still up on our street. And after all of that, we have one Mastriano sign. I've spent a lot of my time looking at independents and libertarians and another option. So I haven't looked at him as closely as I need to. I have heard that he is extreme. I'm very much pro-choice, with the vaccinations, you can't tell me what to do. Abortion, you can't tell me what to do. I'm in control. For personal fertility stuff, I don't track anything anymore, but just hearing that that's even a thing, women can't even have an easy way to do things on their own personal phones is mind-boggling to me. Like I said, I don't know enough about the Democrat and the Republican candidates because I'm focusing on the third party, because I'm just I have a lot of hope. In a nutshell, you have a third choice.
Ooh, got it. Man, you're doing the work for the third parties out here for the people. Okay, so I'll do a little quick lightning round. But first, I usually play this game in the groups where it's a fake little game where if the election were today, I make everybody tell me who that they were going to vote for. But this group is pretty decided, except So I'm going to put you on the spot. Are you going Kemp or Abrams if it's today?
I don't know. I really.
So you can
have to pick. I just really, I can't. It's so hard when I don't like either of them. I would probably split my ballot. So I would probably end up I'd probably do Kemp.
Kemp and Warnock?
Yeah.
Okay. And then would you go Ryan or would you go Vance?
Today I'd go Ryan.
Okay. Okay. And then another little lightning round. I'm sure you guys have all heard the rumors. So show of hands, who would vote Trump 2024?
Please, no.
That is 0 out of 9.
We've got to have better options as a Republican Party.
We can't. It can't get.
Yeah.
We can't get there again.
Yeah.
I literally felt
You guys
myself
tell me.
start to tear up when you even mentioned that possibility.
Yeah, it's so visceral.
How many times can you get impeached?
No.
It was sort of said before, but I just don't think many normal people want this office anymore. And I think that's what's really scary. I think if Washington or, Lincoln or any one of them would have been under the kind of pressure that you're under now with social media and the media in general, it's just really hard to imagine a really, truly normal person wanting that job again.
Does anybody come to mind on either side of the aisle that you'd like to see?
I'd vote for Liz Cheney.
How about my Liz Cheney fans? 1.
Yeah, I do like her.
4. Okay, we've got 4 out of 9 for Liz Cheney. Anybody else?
But she can't win. She's not going to win ever.
She asked who I'd vote for.
Yeah.
Yes. I get
How about Joe Biden? 1 out of 9. How about 2 out of 9? Okay. How about Kamala Harris? 0 out of 9. How about Joe Jorgensen 2024? There we go. I don't know. You might have gotten some Jorgensen curious people after singing her praises.
You gotta check out Spike Cohen too.
Okay. How about Pence 2024?
God, no.
How about Ron DeSantis 2024? Okay. Nobody else comes to mind. This is kind of part of the problem, right? That think of anybody that you guys want to see.
Romney run again?
I would.
Romney. We've got 1, 2 for Mitt Romney.
I just voted twice, but
4 for Mitt Romney. Wow, it's kind of one of the ones.
Wait, I voted twice.
I didn't count you twice. Don't worry. Okay, last little bit here I want to ask you guys about. Who here has heard about the search going on at Trump's place in Mar-a-Lago by the FBI? Okay. Everybody but who is unplugged. So that's fine. So we've got about 8 out of 9 there. Does anybody think that the search is justified? Okay. So we've got about 8 out of 8 on that. Does anybody think it's just purely political?
No.
Does anybody think this search should continue? Yeah. Okay. 8 out of 8. Does everybody here trust the FBI to lead the investigation and will trust the findings? 1, 2, 3. Keep them up. 4, 5. 5 out of 9. Okay. Would anybody trust another, a bipartisan committee to do it instead? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How about the Secret Service to do it instead? 1. How about an independent investigation? 1, 2, 3, 4. Whole group. Okay. That's going to be it. You guys have been great. I really appreciate you sharing all of your thoughts. It's a tough time out there, so I appreciate you guys making the time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we've got a Big 10 focus group matchup with swing groups in swing states, Ohio and Michigan. In Michigan, we have a group of swing voters, the people who voted for Trump in 2016, but not in 2020, talking about the governor's race between incumbent Gretchen Whitmer and Republican Tudor Dixon. And in Ohio, we've got a very interesting group, all women, that voted for Donald Trump in 2020, but they also voted for Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in 2018, just 2 years earlier. And if Tim Ryan is going to pull off a big Buckeye upset with J.D. Vance in the Senate race, those are the voters he needs to win over. There have been a lot of summer polls with Tim Ryan leading Vance, sometimes by large margins, but as we will discuss, elections are not decided in August. We'll also hit a couple big topics like Biden's student loan forgiveness and abortion. To do all of this, we're going back to one of our favorite guests, the medium of the Midwest, Tim Alberta, writer for The Atlantic. Hey, Tim, thanks for being here.
Sarah, put that on my gravestone. Thank you for having me.
Did you like that? We actually talked about that in the office. I was like, he needs like a name. And we came up with the medium of the Midwest. I was going to call you the Midwest man, like Florida Man, but
I love it. I've been called a lot worse. So really, this is, I don't have any tattoos, but were I to choose to go get one today, that would be the one seed.
Put it on your body. I like it. Okay, so wait. Rarely do we have a guest come back as quickly as we have you come back. But whenever we're going to talk about Michigan, there's really just nobody better. And so we wanted to do this Midwest episode. So I appreciate you coming back so quickly. But one of the things you said when we talked last time is that you conduct your own kind of informal focus groups. Like you walk around grocery stores, like accosting people with questions. Have you been doing that lately? Like, are you still talking to people? Just tell us overall, what are you hearing out there?
Yeah, all the time, much to the chagrin of the people at my local Sam's Club. I wouldn't say that there's anything super revelatory other than I think it just generally tracks with the sentiments that we're picking up in public polling and that you're hearing from campaign consultants, Republican, Democrat alike, over the last, I'd say, 3 to 5 months, which is just a sort of very steady, very gradual, but very discernible shifting of the tide here. Whereas 5-6 months ago, this looked to be a Republican wipeout election where Democrats were going to be lucky to salvage a 35 to 40 seat minority in the House and a 5 to 7 seat minority in the Senate. They are now, I think, very much in a position to hang on to the Senate potentially and to potentially limit their losses to the single digits in the House, which would effectively, given Kevin McCarthy's problems in the House GOP, not to get deep into the weeds there on intra-conference politics on the Republican side, but if Democrats only lose 6-7 seats in the House, then effectively that's not even a real majority for the Republicans because of some of the problems they have on their side of the aisle. So if you had told any Democrat this 5 months ago, they would have told you were crazy. And there's obviously the Dobbs decision and the abortion issue at play, but there's a whole constellation of sort of issue sets and of market fundamentals and political fundamentals here that are all kind of converging in the Democrats' favor in a way, Sarah, that I would say that we haven't seen in any midterm election, at least in our lifetimes. I can't think of a comparable situation here where you have a relatively unpopular first-term president, party facing stiff headwinds, sort of all the fundamentals working against them, heading into the summer of midterm election year, and then suddenly, sort of everything turns at once and the stars align. And that is, to make a long answer just a tiny bit longer, that is what you pick up constantly, just in the vibe conversations with people, folks who were super down on the economy, super down on gas prices, super down on all things Democratic just a few months ago. They're still not raving about Biden, but they are not slamming the door in Democrats' face the way that they were earlier this year. And that's very discernible.
Yeah, and if I could just take host's privilege for 1 second and offer one other thing that I think is sort of under-discussed in the vibe shift, which is just the candidates. Like, we got out of primary season and people looked around and said, oh, So we got Dr. Oz and Doug Mastriano and J.D. Vance and Herschel Walker. And look at all these stinkers. Like, they're either sort of election denial kooks, or they're anti-abortion extremists, or they're just extremists in general, or they're Trumpy, or they're weird television doctor that has like reams of footage available to make fun of him with, who's not from the state. Like, that to me is the other piece of this, is now that the picture's in play. And like, this is the thing that I've been arguing sort of for a long time, is that the 2010 opportunity to look around and be like the Sharon Angle, the Christine O'Donnells, that they're just, it's all over the map, those kinds of candidates. Do you agree or disagree with that?
1000% agree. And that's exactly what I mean by the raw political fundamentals, is that in any election environment, there are some things that just sort of transcend what the kind of economic fundamentals are. So, you've got inflation, you've got food prices up, you had gas prices way up, you've got just this general fear. A couple of the panelists in your Ohio group were talking about how afraid they are of a deep recession right around the corner. And of course, we did have that in 2010, to the parallel you were just making. And yet, even with all of the economic fundamentals at their back, Republicans still managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in a handful of races because of the political fundamentals. And the political fundamental was, we nominated really bad candidates, right? We nominated candidates who were uniquely ill-equipped to run and win, even in this incredibly favorable environment. And I think the last time we talked, we touched on a couple of those folks. I think we talked about the Arizona group that you had, the Michigan group you had. And in both of those states, Republicans are in very real danger of repeating history in that sense, where had they nominated more mainstream, center-right, generally acceptable candidates, they would be in a position to run the tables in those states potentially. And instead, they're looking at having the tables run on them. And that's a pretty remarkable swing to take into consideration.
Totally. Okay, so obviously a week or two ago, Joe Biden announced his student loan forgiveness plan. I think it's an open question whether this is something that even ranks among the issues going into November, one way or the other. The GOP is certainly hoping to use it to sort of generate resentment. Dems hope that it helps them with the kids. But listen to our group of Trump voters from Ohio. They were skeptical, but sort of sympathetic and even supportive to some degree of the loan forgiveness. And it didn't seem to be a massive resentment generator among these swing voters that the Republicans want it to be. Let's listen.
I'm kind of on the fence. I think that it is good for people that need it. But, let's say there's somebody who's already making, $100,000, $200,000 a year, and they still have student loan debt. And now they're given $10,000 when they can, I would say, afford it. I think that $10,000 could have went to somebody else and given them more to be able to help them versus somebody who can afford it.
My husband passed, so I've been working all these jobs and trying to take care of my two little kids. I have an older son too, that's 19. But I'm saying it will help me a lot because that was like putting me in debt. So when people see the stories, I'm a story that I'm working and I was going to school and I have these kids to take care of. I mean, I'm supposed to take care of my kids anyway, but I'm saying it helped me, far as it was a burden on me with all this financial problems.
I see the frustration in those people who work their asses off to not have loans or to pay them off. I worked hard so that I could avoid a loan, and I was successful, but I also had some support and help, and I recognize that. And so I think, especially for a lot of my friends, they have loans because they thought that they didn't have another option. And because all of our parents told us, you have to go to college or you'll never become anything. So I do feel a lot of sympathy for the people who have loans who are celebrating right now because it's wiping their debt. It's wiping my husband's. And that's a really big change for us. We're 27. We want to have a family and buy a house, and that's a lot of money. But it still kind of makes me uncomfortable that they are wiping it because I feel like it's our job to pay it.
So, Tim, obviously it was controversial. It was controversial for me. I don't like executive orders one bit. And so there was that element of it. But just in general, some people love this, some people didn't. Do you think it's going to play at all in November? Do you think it matters?
Not really. I know that's sort of an anticlimactic answer. I think to the extent that it does play, Sarah, my sort of informed hunch here is that it may, at the margins, motivate some of those youngsters on the Democratic side, some people who are generally quite low propensity in midterm elections to turn out. And again, even if it does, it would be really at the margins. But as far as the grievance set, does it really agitate, does it irritate any voter enough who otherwise would not have been turning out to suddenly go out and vote because of this issue? It's just very hard to imagine. So in that sense, you view it as sort of a very narrow political net positive for Biden and for the Democrats. But generally, what I've picked up from voters, from just anecdotal conversations, is much of what you were just hearing there, which is that even the people who may be sort of philosophically opposed to it are almost emotionally okay with it, which is kind of an interesting and pretty unique set of circumstances in our politics. I mean, when you're running through the list on any given focus group, any given day with a set of voters, and you're running through all the standard subjects, you're not going to come across that sort of conflict between head and heart very often. It doesn't feel like you are anyway. And so even though it's not a super high saleability issue here, but just sort of picking up and observing some of that conflict that voters were giving voice to is in and of itself really interesting.
It is. I actually thought their conversation was very interesting. And one of the things that struck me was at some point, one of the women just said, can somebody just tell me why college costs so much?
Right.
And everybody was like, yeah, why? And I do think this is one of those issues where people actually are able to zoom out and like not quite get as caught up in the, should we forgive this? Should we not forgive this? But people are like, why is it like this? Like, it shouldn't be like this. People do think college is too expensive. And so I think you are right. I don't think it gives Republicans the resentment juice that they're hoping for. And on the margins, maybe for Dems. All right. So I want to go to your home state. I want to talk about the Michigan governor's race. Since we last spoke, Tudor Dixon has won the primary. I would say our focus group was very on target last time we talked. They said she was going to win. She did. She was kind of dubbed the moderate in that race because, she wasn't arrested by the FBI for storming the Capitol, unlike one of her primary opponents. But she also said that it can be, quote unquote, healing for women to give birth to their rapist child. And 6 out of 8 in this group of swing voters, again, these were Trump 2016 voters, not Trump in 2020. They either went third party or voted for Biden. But 6 out of 8 of this group plan to vote for Whitmer when asked, like, hey, if the election were held today, who are you going to vote for? And Whitmer kind of looks to be the favorite in this race. I mean, the polling's got to be sketchy coming out of these states right now. But to the extent that there was sort of like criticism of Whitmer, it was really around her handling of COVID, which we heard before. One thing that I thought was funny about this group is that sometimes we think of Whitmer as like, people in the Beltway talk about her as a potential presidential candidate, but even all these people who were going to vote for her, 6 out of 8 of these voters, they were an absolute no on that. So let's listen to this swing voter group and how they think about Whitmer and Dixon.
I think Whitmer did a pretty good job with the pandemic, and I think she did a pretty good job with everything except fixing the roads. But I mean, we've had a lot of other candidates promise more than that and not come through with as much. So, but I really don't like Tudor Dixon because of the abortion thing, as well as her being a Trump supporter. So I said I was on the fence, but I'm leaning more towards Gretchen.
She locked the state down early, but then kind of the restrictions kind of just went away, and there was really no explanation, of opening up or why we were shut down for so long. And over time, I've now seen different ad and campaigns for Tudor Dixon. I kind of disagree with her stance on abortion and things like that. So that's where I'm kind of like in the middle. I wish another candidate would stand out. But right now, that's probably my 2 choices. I'm leaning more towards Gretchen.
Even with Tudor, I'm anxious to hear. We really, we've seen the ads play. And again, historically, we've all said things we wish we hadn't. At least I speak for myself. Maybe nobody else here has been in that position, but I know there's many things I wish I could take back and redo. I'd like to hear a more current interview with her. I certainly am interested to learn a little bit more about her running mate. I know very little about the gentleman that she's running on the ticket with. There's still a lot more I feel like I have to find out about her before I can blanketly say I won't vote for anybody. But Whitmer's been, again, a disappointment. She's a beautiful woman. She's a very intelligent woman. I can't fault her. And I think she's done some good. But again, when you start peeling back the layers, to me, there's not quality there. If I'm voting today, I'd probably go with the unknown. You got to pick your poison. I don't know. Again, it's the integrity thing. It's that whole sense of, I think she has betrayed us.
All right, Tim, I have 2 Michigan questions. One is, are the roads in fact terrible? Because people were upset about the roads in this focus group. And the second thing is so the woman who was there at the end, she was talking about Whitmer. Apparently she chartered a private jet, went and visited her father at a time when everybody else was locked down, couldn't see their sick parents, couldn't get into nursing homes. And like, that is the thing that seems to be sticking with voters. When they don't like Whitmer, it has to do with the pandemic and feeling this sense of like, you had the rules were different for you than they were for me. That's like what sticks in people's craw. But are the roads terrible?
They are, in fact, terrible.
Huh.
I choose to drive my children on a dirt road to school rather than taking the main road. That is how terrible the roads actually are, is that I detour around them to take a dirt road.
Wow.
So yes, the roads are terrible. And they always have been. It's just the issue is that Whitmer promised to fix the damn roads, quote unquote, and has not entirely gotten around to doing so. And of course, part of the reason is COVID, and that gets to your second question there. And I think we chatted a little bit about this last time I was on with you. I mean, there's just no question that, and I think I got some nasty grams in my email afterwards for my assessment of Whitmer, which is, I think not that controversial. The sense was that she overplayed her hand a little bit on COVID, that it was one thing to go really, really super cautious and super duper conservative, small c conservative on the shutdown side of things. But while doing so, slipping out of state and then sort of getting caught red-handed doing so, going to a bar with a bunch of people unmasked when, nobody's supposed to be at bars, her husband trying to get his boat on the water when nobody else had their boat on the water. I mean, I think a politician can sort of afford to have one of those kinds of screw-ups, but when you have a handful of them and it becomes a pattern, then it really gets into the bloodstream. And this is not some vast right-wing conspiracy to paint Gretchen Whitmer as the villain of COVID. It's just like these were self-inflicted wounds. I mean, people close to her acknowledged it, and it did some real harm. And to the extent that Whitmer entered this re-election season of hers with some vulnerability, I think it owed almost exclusively to that. I mean, Michigan's economy has been in pretty decent shape. There hasn't been a Flint water crisis. There's no other massive political albatross around her neck. It really is that accusation from the COVID era of kind of do as I say, not as I do, that Whitmer was sort of setting down these very, very strict guidelines that a lot of people didn't like to begin with. And then she was seen as sort of being above those guidelines herself. And that is one of the worst things for any politician, is to be perceived as playing by a different set of rules than the ones that you lay down for your constituents. And so there's no question that did real damage to her.
But it seems that Tudor Dixon's position on abortion access, or her interest in lack thereof, she's got kind of famous for these comments around, if a 10-year-old or 12-year-old is raped, that they should have to carry the baby to term. That's in these answers from people. Do you think that because abortion is now such a central issue, and because Tudor Dixon is pretty far on the extreme, that turns things around for Whitmer?
When it was pretty clear that Tudor Dixon was going to win, I said, look, the playbook here, if you're running against Tudor Dixon, is pretty obvious. And this was before it became super duper clear that there was this mounting evidence to suggest that abortion was going to be mobilizing historic numbers of women this fall. And I said, look, Tudor Dixon is going to be hard to define because she's so new. She's a fresh face. She's, got a beautiful family. She's got a personal story of overcoming cancer, all these things, right? But like, if you're the Whitmer camp, you will be airing ads like within 48 hours of her winning the primary, you'll be airing ads about her stance on abortion, right? And sure enough, they were. I think it was actually within like 24 hours. They were up with those ads. And I think they've already done a lot of damage, and I think they'll probably continue to do damage. This is not your classic center-right, pro-life with exceptions Republican candidate getting beat up by the left because they're desperate to find a wedge issue to mobilize some voters. Like, remember, like in the Colorado Senate race where the Denver Post endorsed Cory Gardner because they said Senator Udall was Senator Uterus, that like all he was talking about was abortion and it just wasn't really resonating with voters. Like, this is not that, right? Like, Tudor Dixon legitimately has a position here that is way outside the mainstream, and she's talked about it in ways that, frankly, it hasn't. She hasn't seemed terribly self-aware with regard to sort of the political vulnerability that exists there. Now, if that's her conviction, fine. I'm not criticizing that, but I think that just politically, there's an assessment made by a lot of these candidates that if you're going to hold a certain policy stance, you've got to really massage your rhetoric around it and be careful with how you message it, how you talk about it. And she hasn't necessarily done that either. So it's sort of the worst of both worlds for her. So to the extent that Whitmer has found a vulnerability and has started attacking it and kept attacking it and will continue to attack it, that's where it is. And it's not hard to see. This one isn't rocket science. It's been pretty effective. And for that reason, I think Dixon's probably going to really struggle to try and make up that ground here in the home stretch.
Trump lost Michigan, not by a ton, but the polling coming out has been pretty lopsided. Like, does that feel right to you?
So it's such a hard state to poll. I really expected in 2020 that we'd see a bit of a snapback. I wrote about this a lot, that I thought Biden would win Michigan, but I wasn't sure it would be by a significant margin. I mean, it's easy to forget that, Obama beat Romney here by 10 points and that the state was not super competitive in the previous couple of presidential elections. Biden winning here by 3 points was actually a bit of a surprise because I expected that he would win by maybe in the 5 to 6 point range. And so it was a healthy victory for Biden, certainly relative to places like Arizona and Wisconsin, even Nevada, some places where the margins were much tighter. But 154,000 votes is still kind of tight in a state of 10 million people. And I don't know that anybody in the Whitmer camp is feeling comfortable right now. I think there's still quite a ways to go here. The one thing that you would look at just in terms of the political fundamentals, going back to that clunky phrase of mine, is like, you cannot look at the financial advantage Whitmer has here down the 2.5 month stretch of this election and not consider her to be a pretty overwhelming favorite, just because, I think I would have to go back and look at the most recent numbers, but I think she's got something close to like a 15-1 cash advantage, might even be more than that. And so she's all over the airwaves already, digital, mail, texts, phone, everything. It's going to be very difficult for Tudor Dixon to sort of out-message Whitmer down the stretch here. So it almost feels like this is something, if this were going to break the Republicans' way, it almost feels like a race that Whitmer would have to lose rather than one that Dixon would have to win.
Yeah. Yep. Were you surprised that none of them wanted her to run for president?
No, not really. I really did get some nasty grams. People who were all like,
I gotta just stop. Please do not send my guests angry emails.
Oh,
if you're angry, send them to me. That's not nice.
No,
right,
I love angry emails. They get me through the day. I actually keep every angry email I've ever gotten, I keep in a folder, and it's like the water boys tackling fuel. I tell you though, Sarah, the nastygrams were about some of my remarks about Whitmer and COVID. I've talked about this on cable news a couple times, and it's the same thing. I just don't think people appreciate how polarizing she was during COVID. And even people who were on board with some of the restrictions, when the pictures are circulating of her at the bar with friends, people were pissed. It's just like, it did not go over well. And so I think whatever trial balloon Biden had floated for a minute there about her joining the ticket or then potentially her joining the cabinet. It got popped pretty quick, and I don't think there's any inflating it now.
Got it. Okay. So let's move to Ohio, because this is a different one where, like, we probably shouldn't be doing Ohio. Like, I had been skeptical early on about, like, Ohio being in play. And look, I think J.D. Vance is probably still the favorite in the Ohio Senate race. It was R+8 in 2020. But his campaign could be going, let's say, like, a lot better. Like, right now, it is running a terrible campaign. He's currently trying to smooth over his image with Ohio voters. Natalie Allison in Politico wrote about how these Republican Senate candidates, particularly those with pretty extreme positions on abortion, they're all running ads featuring their wives, like their wives alone. Vance did one of those. Because Vance not only doesn't believe in exceptions for rape and incest, I think they've got a clip of him he called pregnancy from rape inconvenient. Now, as if to prove the necessity of the ads featuring the wives, there were two women in the focus group who both voted for Vance in the primary, but who now had strong reservations about Vance's position on abortion and are leaning toward Ryan in the general. So let's listen to that.
I could be pro-life and not want it to be a government issue. I mean, nobody liked to see babies aborted, but whether we'd have to have a government telling women to do, that just seems wrong.
I really think it's, really up to the female, and it should be their decision. There's a lot of things that play into it. It could be, like you said, a rape. It could be something that, I don't think it's that they don't want the child. It's the situation of how that it happened. Let's just look at rape, for example. Unwillingly, they were impregnated with, a baby that they weren't planning on having. So I feel that they should be, given a choice. We should be given a choice, I should say, and shouldn't have the government to dictate that.
So now let's listen to the ad from Vance featuring his wife, which is clearly geared toward bolstering his ties to Ohio and softening his image with women.
Our family story is an Ohio story. My husband, JD, grew up in Middletown, and things weren't easy. His mom struggled with addiction, and his dad wasn't there. But JD was lucky. He was raised by his loving grandmother, and he served his country as a Marine in Iraq. He's an incredible father, and he's my best friend. JD shared his family story in Hillbilly Elegy, and he wants for Ohio what Ohio gave him, a fighting chance.
I'm JD Vance, and I approve this message.
So this group, when we asked them, election held today, who do you want to vote for? This group had 4 votes for Ryan, 2 for Vance, although they were not the 2 women who voted for him in the primary, and another who refused to commit either way. Because some people just won't play the game. And, we asked them if they trusted Vance. No one did. Tim, Alberta, yes or no? Is Ohio really in play?
So I'll give you a really squirmy politician answer. Like, it's in play, yes. But would we be surprised if Vance ultimately won and it wasn't super close? No, not really. And that's not to say that Ryan can't win either. It's just that Ohio is one of these places. Like, you know how when Obama won Virginia in 2008, everybody kind of snapped like, whoa, really, Virginia? Okay. And then he won it again in 2012. And then suddenly by 2016, nobody even talks about Virginia anymore. It's off the board. Same with Colorado, right? Like, these were states that Republicans had won and won pretty consistently. And then suddenly they're just off the board. They're not competitive anymore. Ohio is that state on the Republican side. I mean, Ohio is now a safer Republican state than is Texas. And that's pretty astonishing. If you said that to somebody, 5 or 6 years ago, they would have told you to get your head checked. So Ryan is running a really good campaign, and J.D. Vance is running a really bad campaign. And you combine the two of those, and you are sort of in this situation where it looks like a dead heat. It's really, really close. The problem with that is, I would equate it almost to, thank God football season is back. Like you said, we're here in Big Ten country. If you're watching a game where the team that's favored or the better team is playing really, really poorly, and the underdog team is playing absolutely out of their mind, they're killing it, they're doing everything right, and yet, despite that, the game is tied heading into the fourth quarter, your gut just sort of tells you, eventually the talent wins out. And, it's a crude analogy. I'm not saying that J.D. Vance is more talented than Tim Ryan, but in a state like Ohio, for the two of them to be running neck and neck this long, I actually would say that that's an advantage to Vance. A few months ago, there was some polling that suggested that Ryan might be pulling away, that he might be putting some distance between him and Vance. And the strangest thing has happened, even as nationally the Democrats' fortunes have improved, that particular race has, in fact, tightened a bit. So Ohio is probably going to have, I would guess that if you were going to rank all 50 states as far as raw voter turnout, 1 to 50 this fall, I would think that Ohio is probably a top 10 state. And because of that, I think J.D. Vance has better than a fighter's chance to pull this off, even though he has run a terrible campaign.
So you think that he's more likely to win because people are paying so much attention to Ohio now?
No, not necessarily because people are paying more attention, but because I think when you have a state now that's so safely Republican, and frankly, a state where you're not dealing with any major sort of demographic influx like Texas is, for example, where you can look at the trajectory of Texas and chalk it up not only to rising Hispanic population, but to a boom of white college-educated suburbanites moving in from California, New York, and elsewhere. Like Ohio doesn't have any like tremendous political demographic volatility to it. It's now, I think, relatively stable in terms of its political profile. So what I'm saying is that if in fact Ohio sees massive turnout this November, relative to other states, I think that helps Vance just as a numbers game because there are more Republicans in Ohio than there are Democrats.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It makes sense. Okay, but let me push back on this because the reason we constructed this group the way that they did, Trump 2020 voters, Sherrod Brown 2018 voters, Sherrod Brown won by 6 points in 2018? Now, granted, big Dem year, some people looking to crack back on Trump, but let me just throw this at you. Is it possible that Ohio is not become necessarily a deep red state? Like it's not a R+8 state. What if it was a Trump +8 state? What if Trump was uniquely suited to a place like Ohio? These Trump voters in this focus group, this group of women, and they love Trump. They thought he told it like it was, and he was a businessman, and he could get people to listen, and he kept his promises, and he told the truth. But more than half the group was going to vote for Tim Ryan. So, what about the Sherrod Brown, Tim Ryan, that kind of voter?
It's a really good question, and I think you're spot on in asking it. And is there a chance that that's dead on, that it is a Trump +8 state, not a Republican +8 state? Sure, I think that's possible. But I will say, I've covered some elections in Ohio, more than a few, and I was just there a couple of weeks ago on a 4-day reporting trip. I've just really learned in the last bunch of years here to trust my gut. And my gut, every time I'm in Ohio these last 4 or 5 years, is Ohio now profiles closer to West Virginia than it does to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to quantify. Obviously, West Virginia is Trump won it by 1 million points, right? It's not meant to statistically compare the two necessarily, but the sort of the culture and the kind of vibe you get in party circles, it's not a state that feels kind of fundamentally curious about Democrats. Now, Sherrod Brown, you've got these rare examples where obviously, like Manchin in West Virginia, although that's one extreme. I don't know that Sherrod Brown is quite in the same bucket, but Sherrod Brown has been around the block a bunch of times. He's got such a strong brand in the state. Unlike Manchin in West Virginia, who, he was really close to the center ideologically. What makes Sherrod Brown so special is that he's an unabashed progressive in a state that is quite conservative, and yet he still wins because his personal brand, his personal connection, his ties, his relationships are just that strong. I don't know that a first-time statewide candidate can hope to replicate that. We in the political class all know Tim Ryan because he's been pretty high profile in the House, and of course he ran for president, so we sort of know him. But it's easy to forget that he is a first-time candidate. And even though he's run a great campaign and raised some money and gotten on TV, I just don't know that at the end of the day it's enough. I would like to say that he's got the edge here, but there's just something holding me back, and it's certainly not the brilliance of the J.D. Vance campaign. It's just that Ohio feels less and less swingy than it ever has in my lifetime.
All right, well, let's listen to what these voters had to say, both about Ryan and Vance.
One commercial that Tim Ryan does is really effective, where he says that J.D. Vance opened this corporation that was supposed to help people that are addicted to drugs.
The opioid crisis.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now it turns out, and I did a little reading on that, and I think that might be true. I think that was just like for show. I don't think he really did anything effective with that money. So that's really disturbing. I like Tim Ryan. I mean, I guess my concern, when I read his record, I think he's extremely liberal in spending, and I do worry about the economy, but he seems like a really good guy. So I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do.
Tim Ryan, I mean, his name is so familiar. You know what I mean? He seems like a really good guy. The J.D. Vance thing in the opioid commercial, my mother is an addictions counselor. My parents are both in recovery, so I'm very familiar with the opioid crisis, which is currently obviously one of the largest problems in our country. And I just don't really like playing on something that, takes people's lives to obtain funds and not do what you said you were going to do. You know what I mean? I guess there's a point to that always in politics. It's not always the way that it's supposed to be. But I really didn't like that.
I do feel like what we read and hear in the media is a lot of fluff action. So I'm a Trump fan, have been since I was very young. And Vance is endorsed by Trump. But I mean, who's to say? I don't know. And also Vance is for the blue collar, but also Ryan grew up in mid-Ohio. So I really don't know. I don't know, but I'm also very pro-America, pro-American, and Vance is too. But Ryan did grow up in this area, and, it's so hard you really can't discern Republican, Democratic. It's very hard to discern which side you want.
So the thing that jumped out to me from these groups was, one, everybody knew who Tim Ryan was and felt like they understood that he was from around there. There was much more of a, this guy's from around here than with Vance. But this thing with that charity, and Ryan's been hitting him with these ads, and we'll play it for you in just a second, but it's basically the accusation is he had this opioid charity, was collecting money, and then spent zero of it on actual sort of addiction resources, spent money on polling and some things. And when that woman said that opioids is one of the biggest problems in America, I'm not sure if it's one of the biggest problems in America. It's one of the biggest problems in Ohio, though, for sure. And I wonder if that kind of thing with Vance, I don't know, can that work?
Oh, no question. And this gets to, I don't think it's overstating it to say kind of the tactical brilliance of Ryan's campaign, which, not to sound like a broken record, but this is where I come back to sort of my head versus my heart. My head is saying, gosh, this guy is executing at such a high level. He is running such an outstanding campaign. And yet the vibe is generally that he's not there. He's down a few points and he's got ground to make up. Why? But the opioids, these ads are unbelievable. I mean, they're very, very effective, and they're of a piece of an overall strategy. I would almost say, and I made this remark to somebody a while back to smell test it, and they told me no, that I wasn't crazy. It's a little bit reminiscent of the Obama campaign against Romney in the Midwest in 2012. It was not just on the policy front that this guy is not one of you, but it was on the sort of cultural, experiential front. This guy is not one of you. The lifestyle front, he is not one of you. He might try to put on a pair of blue jeans, but you can see how stiff they are because he just ironed them, right? That's the vibe. That's the play. And it's pretty effective, and it comes through in these ads, and that's why the ads work. It's not just that they're picking at this scab in a place like Ohio where it's resonant, but it's that it fits in with the broader messaging. Every tactical move that Ryan and his campaign have made is orchestrated and pretty tightly coordinated to be hitting these same vulnerabilities on Vance. And it's really impressive to watch. My question is just, is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I guess I don't know either. And look, I'm going to stipulate my skepticism on this. I've now done a bunch of groups in Ohio, and I am sort of I listened to a group of Republicans. This is back. It was before the primary, but they didn't like Vance at all. And now a lot of them were going to vote for him. They were Republicans, and they were I'm not going to vote for a Democrat. And so there's no doubt there's a lot of those people, and they're going to come home. And so it's got to go. But they also no one likes this dude, and they think that he's a phony. And to your point, the opioid hit, along with him being backed by big tech money, his flip-flopping on Trump, it all just kind of redounds to the same big basic character flaw, which is this guy's a phony. he's faking it. He's not really from Ohio the way that, Ryan's from Ohio. Anyway, I think Ryan's got a real puncher's chance. And the big thing, though, I think has been the money race. And so the fact that McConnell has to go in there with $28 million to try to bail Vance out, like that's something. Like that's $30 million that could be spent a lot of other places, in a lot of tight races. And instead they got to go spend it there.
Yeah, it's funny because we've spent a lot of time between the two podcast conversations, Sarah, talking about something has to give between, on the one hand, this election climate that in many ways is so favorable to Republicans, at least on paper, and certainly up until a couple of months ago where it looked just sort of dominant for Republicans. But reconciling that with the individual weaknesses of some of these Republican nominees, right? I mean, it's a certainty. We don't know the number and we don't know exactly who and exactly where, but it is a certainty that Republicans are going to wake up the day after the election and they will be slamming their heads against desks because they will have given away a handful of super winnable seats, just, races that they absolutely should have won, that they did not have any business losing. And this could be one of them. There's no question about it. Like, I do not want to sound certain for a minute here that Vance is going to win this race because it does come down to candidate quality. And it's the single most important of any of these fundamentals we discussed. We talked about Blake Masters, emerging as the nominee in the Arizona Senate race, right? And like that one feels a little bit different because he's going up against an incumbent. He, like Vance, is a pretty bad candidate with some baggage and without a lot of local roots, without a lot of appeal, just somebody who's generally unlikable. It's not really working for him trying to connect with voters. But the difference being that in Arizona, that's a state that was decided by I think a third of a percentage point, and a state where he's running against an incumbent Democrat. So there are just some kind of foundational differences between a couple of these places where I don't know that like Mastriano blowing the governor's race or Oz blowing the Senate race in Pennsylvania would necessarily be put in the same bucket as Vance potentially blowing the Senate race in Ohio. I just think they're a little bit different, but I am not going to rule it out by any stretch.
Totally agree. And in fact, it would just be a much bigger upset. I mean, I think it would be unbelievable. But I do think, look, that $28 million is going to go a long way to reminding people of every time he voted with Nancy Pelosi and of the times that he positioned himself to the left of Bernie Sanders. I mean, he really has been running a very great campaign as a moderate built for Ohio. But he's got a record that's not quite that moderate, that I think SLF is on its way in with the cavalry to try to make sure people know that. So we'll see. Tim, Alberta, another great episode about the Midwest. Nobody knows more than you. You're our medium of the Midwest. Thank you for being here. And thank all of you for subscribing to Bulwark Plus to hear this episode of the Focus Group. We promise we're going to keep them coming through the general election. A lot of swing voters, a lot of undecided voters. Going to be fun. And to close us out, let's listen to that Ryan ad hitting JD Vance on his opioid scam charity. Take care.
First, J.D. Vance promised to help fix the opioid crisis. Then we learned he didn't fund a single addiction program. Instead, he used his sham nonprofit to launch his political career. Even worse, Vance brought a big pharma-funded mouthpiece to Ohio. She called Oxy a godsend. She spread biased research, and Big Pharma kept selling pills. J.D. Vance didn't help. He made it worse.
I'm Tim Ryan, and I approve this message.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're talking about Nevada, a state that has taken more money out of me over the years than I would like to admit. Nevada is a state where Democrats have done well in recent cycles, though it is not unheard of for the state to elect a Republican. In fact, Republican Dean Heller was elected to the Senate in 2012, and moderate Brian Sandoval was elected governor in 2010 and then reelected in 2014. Biden, he won Nevada by about 2.5 points in 2020. But with the Democrats slide with Hispanics and COVID hitting the hospitality-based economy especially hard, Republicans think that they have a great shot at winning both the governor's race as well as flipping a Senate seat. Now, I wanted to explore a burgeoning polling anomaly in which Joe Biden's low poll numbers don't seem to be dragging down individual Democratic candidates. That's unusual. So this week, we talked to Dems and left-leaning independents who are frustrated with Biden and the Democrats and describe themselves as open to voting for Republicans. Now, if Republicans are going to flip the state, these are the voters they need to win over. My guest today is the Dean of the Nevada Press Corps, John Ralston, CEO of the news site, The Nevada Independent. John, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Sarah.
How is my pronunciation of Nevada?
I am very impressed. We don't have to spend any time on lessons today.
Okay, great. My staff wrote it out phonetically for me just to make sure I didn't mess it up. So, first of all, I'm so glad you're here. Follow all your work, love it. And before we jump into the focus groups, tell us about the state. What's going on? Give us just your broad, whenever you're kind of laying the groundwork for people to help them understand, just give us your 3-minute rundown.
Yeah, I'll try not to go on for longer than that, or maybe even that long. One of the things I found interesting in covering politics here for more than 3.5 decades now, yes, I'm old, is people have this vision of Nevada still in a lot of ways. It's this kind of quirky, weird state. It's unlike the rest of America. There's casinos, there's prostitution, there's slot machines in grocery stores. But what's really happened since I moved here nearly 40 years ago is Las Vegas has really become a very demographically diverse city that is really reflective of America more than people might think. There is life not just on the Las Vegas Strip, and there's all kinds of different people who live here. Sure, it's a service-based economy, and as Donald Trump once famously said here when he was reading his poll results, I love the uneducated. There are a significant portion of non-college degree folks here, but Nevada gets disproportionately hit every time there is an economic downturn. And when COVID hit, Nevada really had a problem, especially because the governor essentially shut down the state, shut down the casinos, which was not an easy thing to do. And Nevada was really hurting. A lot of people lost their jobs. Our unemployment rate soared to one of the highest in the country. But right now, we're coming back, but we're not there yet. The unemployment rate is relatively good, but not necessarily relative to the rest of the country. And there's still a COVID hangover going on, and there were problems with people collecting unemployment benefits. But the Nevada economy seems to be coming back, although we're still too much of a one-trick pony.
That came up, obviously, in the focus groups. People were talking about how hard their industries were hit, how it affected them and the people that they know. Have you watched a lot of focus groups, or do you just focus group by, hanging out with your neighbors?
I try not to hang out with my neighbors, Sarah. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I have seen many focus groups in the past, yes. I've had the privilege of sitting in a bunch over my career.
Was there anything about this one in particular that struck you as, did they seem to you like, oh yeah, that sounds like our state? So those are our people right there.
There were a few surprising things, but not many. But what really struck me, and maybe you want to talk about this more, is that, not everyone is like you and me, Sarah. They actually have lives. They don't follow this stuff 24/7. And so when they think of politics, I expect people not to know that much about the candidates, even the high profile ones. They have more important things to do. But the negativity continues to grow, I think, cycle after cycle, and with good reason, perhaps, and maybe more so now than ever. But the lack of enthusiasm in those focus groups for almost anything that they were asked about, or any candidate they were asked about, with maybe a couple of exceptions, was really something.
Yeah, it's true. And it's not uncommon, though I do think, I said this at the top, but I should be really clear that we screened on purpose to find people who were kind of down on Biden, because we wanted people who represented the kind of voter that we think Republicans are trying to pick up, which is people who are mad about the state of the economy and inflation, and see how that translated when they got into sort of like a head-to-head on the candidates. But let's dive in there. That's a good place to start. So, at the beginning of every group, we always ask people, how do you think things are going in the country? And as you said, they were very down. So let's hear from this group about why they're open to voting for Republicans.
Things have not been going well with the Democrats or the Republicans. I'm just not looking forward to this because it feels almost like no matter who you choose, nothing's getting done. I'm open to anything. I'm probably going to be waiting until the last minute because I want to see how everybody is doing at the end. I mean, are they keeping their word so far during that last week? I'm just literally open to anything right now. I just have to see where things go.
As an African American, we are brought up and taught to vote Democrat. That's all we know. But I'm thinking back in history, I'm like, okay, we've had issues after issue after issue, not with just people like myself, but the country, all as a whole. And Democrats have had countless attempts to resolve these issues, and they weren't done. So I'm not limiting myself anymore. The very progressiveness is new. So I'm not limiting myself anymore to just do what I did and was told to do and what my mother and her mother did. I'm going to weigh the issues and see which candidate presents the best option that I agree with, and I'm going with that candidate regardless of the party that they represent.
I'm a new voter, and that's all we know is just to vote Democrat. But no, it's not looking like these past few years it's been as official as we all thought it would be, even with our even when we had Obama in office, it wasn't as like he did that much of a change either. So.
Okay. So Emerson College recently polled Nevada, and Biden's approval rating there is at 37%. So numbers like that are clearly downstream of this sense of malaise that people have. But there's been this narrative over the last month or so that Biden's making a comeback and he's notching up a bunch of wins. This group didn't seem to have gotten that memo. So what do you think, John Ralston, is going on with voters right now? Why do you think they seem so negative?
Well, listen, Biden's numbers in Nevada, and any poll can be right or wrong, as you know, Sarah, even if it's a good pollster. But Biden's numbers here have traditionally been a few points worse than they are nationally, but not dramatically. One thing that's happened here that has never happened in all the years I've covered politics here is a surge in independent and non-major party registration, to the extent that the Democrats, who have led here for some time, don't even have a lead in the state now. It's non-major party voters who have a plurality, while the Democratic margin over Republicans has fallen a little bit. It's under 3 points now, where it's usually at 5 or 6 points. And the sense of, as you heard that one African-American gentleman say, of being taken for granted, I think is also to some extent explaining why the very large and significant electoral block of Hispanic voters is drifting away from Democrats, thinking that maybe that they've been taken advantage of. I want to say real quickly, Sarah, and you know this very well, no demographic group is monolithic. And so that's not necessarily true throughout the entire African-American or Hispanic community. But in races that are considered toss-ups, like the Senate race here, like the governor's race here, and we also have 3 competitive congressional races that are close, it could make a difference.
So speaking of Hispanics, we did a Hispanic group a couple months ago. It was very similar to this group. Do you have a theory on what's happening with Hispanics there? I mean, do you think it's that Hispanics actually are, like you said, not monolithic, but that there's a significant block where, they're sort of like these white working class voters, like they're culturally actually not dissimilar in some way? Or what do you think is happening with this slide?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell. And to some extent, the fact that the economy got crushed here affected Hispanics disproportionately. Remember that the most important Hispanic voter force here is contained within the culinary union, which represents a lot of casino workers. And the Democrats have always counted on the culinary union to essentially be the Hispanic turnout machine. More than half of the culinary union is Hispanic. A significant number of them, it's hard to pinpoint it, are registered, and they have been masterful at organizing and getting that group to the polls. But remember, so many of them lost their jobs during the pandemic, and that problem was compounded. And this came up in the focus groups, actually, Sarah, more than I thought it would. The problems with the State Department responsible for getting them their unemployment checks, there was a huge log jam. There's still a backlog, and people remember that. And that disproportionately affected the Hispanic population. And you lay that on top of what is happening everywhere with the feeling among some precincts that the Democrats have taken them for granted, that they're not happy with Biden. You heard several folks in those focus groups that you did hear talk about how he didn't keep his campaign promises, that nothing much has changed, those kinds of things. But by the way, part of that, as you know, is a problem with messaging, because there are a lot of accomplishments that clearly have not trickled down to a lot of voters.
Oh my goodness. And like nothing could be a clear example of that than with the student loan forgiveness. Let's hear some of people's grievances with Joe Biden and the Democrats. And it actually starts out with student loan forgiveness.
I think they should lower that income, maybe drop it down to if you make 50,000 or less or 40,000 or less on that, honestly, because I mean, there are certain people that really are in the lower income brackets that can't afford to pay that back. Other people, they have good jobs, but they automatically qualify because they make 125,000 or less. I just think that's too high an income bracket to include. I really think it should be lowered.
You see, like with the school shootings and the gas prices and the housing. So, there's no way that the problems can be denied, but I just don't hear any talk or action about it. It's more insulting that we had press conferences like every day when COVID was going on, but we don't see any type of alerts from the White House about any type of strategy to resolve any of these issues at all.
The only thing I can say about when Trump ran the country, he was kind of crazy, but nobody messed with us. China didn't mess with us. North Korea didn't mess with us. And the economy wasn't that bad. Gas prices were reasonable. People were working. People had money compared to what has happened now. I mean, so I don't know. I could possibly vote for him again because what we have right now stinks, in my opinion. I don't want another 4 years of this.
So that last woman actually was a Joe Biden 2020 voter. And the other thing about this group was like none of them were enthusiastic about voting. They weren't like excited about 2022. They were all going to vote, but they weren't excited about it. The other thing I thought was super interesting about this group, it wasn't a surprise that when we asked them if they wanted to see Biden run again in 2024, they all said no. But I was surprised that close to half the group said that they would vote for Trump over Biden if those were the choices in 2024. Did that surprise you?
It really did. I mean, I'm shaking my head now, Sarah, and I was shaking it as I was listening to it. And even though you got disaffected Democrats who were considering voting for the Republicans, you wouldn't think with all that has come out on Trump and all that happened with Trump while he was president, that there would be as many as there were. And that just shows the kind of, date myself and use a Carter era word, the malaise that has afflicted so many voters across so many different demographics.
We'll jump into the governor's race here in 1 second. So they're so negative. They're talking about inflation. They're talking about housing prices, cost of gas, school shootings. Were you surprised, though, that abortion didn't come up, like up top?
Yeah, I mean, it did come up, and I'm sure you want to talk about this fairly significantly when you asked about the Senate race, which surprised me a little bit. But I still don't have a good handle on what kind of electoral effect that is going to have. And as you well know, campaigns and candidates matter, and how they use that issue matters. But when you talk about abortion, say, versus the student loan forgiveness, I think some of the hostility to the student loan forgiveness is what I referred to earlier when I was describing the makeup of Nevada. There was lower than almost any state in the country college-educated folks here. And so the student loan forgiveness is not going to resonate in a good way with a significant number here as it might elsewhere. But I did think that abortion seemed like a base driver in the antipathy that was expressed toward Adam Laxalt in the Senate race.
Yeah, we will get into to abortion because it absolutely comes up and it's like central. It's important. So anyways, let's get to the candidates because I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start with the governor's race where you've got Steve Sisolak running for re-election against Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo. And Sisolak's, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you know these people better than I do, but Sisolak is a pretty moderate-ish, normal Democrat, not a woke crusader, unsuited to running in a swing state. He should, I would say, be in an okay position to win, but they thought he handled COVID okay at first, but in this group and the one that we did previously, there was a lot of concerns about the lingering effects of COVID on the economy, and this led them to be kind of lukewarm, I would say, on Sisolak. Let's listen.
I like the guy. He's been governor for how long? I honestly don't know how long he's been governor. But recently, he's been doing good, except he ran a stop sign not too long ago, didn't he?
I'm pretty happy with him. There are a lot of things that he could be doing better. He has a tendency, in my opinion, to cave sometimes with the Republicans and really, really outspoken people. I wish he'd stick to his guns better. But for the most part, I do think he has been doing an okay job.
The COVID thing, I feel it was way too strict. I work at an elementary school, and I know a lot of the other states didn't close the schools down. I think it really had a bad effect on the kids. Also, it put a lot of people out of work, lines for grocery, to get into grocery stores. I just feel like it just hurt a lot of Nevadans. It hurt the economy. One day we're wearing a mask, the next day we're not. I don't like the way he handled it. I think it was too extreme.
It was real tough for my industry and a lot of guys, a lot of women in our industry. It was hard, man. There's no live events. We're not. And then, that money didn't come through till ages later. And a lot of people I know were real high and dry in a rough spot. And I know he had to make some tough choices, but I think it could have been handled better, from where I was sitting.
So, John, you said that, Vegas is kind of bouncing back, but tell me about the COVID kind of lasting effects and how Nevadans are thinking about politics. That's the liability we kind of heard for Sisolak there, but are there others that these voters weren't bringing up?
So it's interesting, Sarah, and I found some of those responses just to be absolutely fascinating. I've seen a lot of polling on Sisolak and his approval rating and his handling of COVID. And both are better than I thought they would be. In other words, he's not way upside down in his approval ratings, as you might think, even based on those focus groups and his handling of COVID. I still think he does okay because, and you didn't play some of this, but some of the people said, I was actually surprised to hear this, that they gave him credit for shutting down immediately, doing it to the casinos who were seen as kind of omnipotent here when it comes to politics, that he made the decision to shut them down. But, and you heard a lot of buts, what he did later on was a problem. And again, there was a huge issue in this state with the unemployment system just collapsing. It had always been underfunded, but that's okay. And maybe a few people don't get their checks on time. There were tens of thousands of people who didn't get their checks. So it's one thing to shut down the state. It's quite another for these folks not to be able to get, the basic subsistence that unemployment benefits provide. So that made things worse. So I think the whole 50-50 thing with him, which is basically what the polling showed, was reflected in these focus groups in that they liked what he did early, but maybe not so much later on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think I've heard this in a lot of other groups where they were happy with their governors in the beginning when everyone was scared, and they wanted to see kind of the drastic action and people were getting money. But then as it sort of dragged on and people felt like this is going on too long, the precautions in schools, the shutting down. A lot of people just talk about not having enough information. And I guess I have been wondering, and I continue to wonder, the electoral price that Dem governors who maybe played it safer a little longer than voters wanted them to, whether or not they're going to pay an electoral price. But as you note, I mean, the Real Clear Politics average has Sisolak, I think, down 1.4% from his opponent, who we should talk about, because obviously it looks like there's an opportunity for Republicans in this race. Sheriff Joe Lombardo is the Republican nominee. I've always thought of him as maybe like a secret normie. Like in a lot of other states, there are really extreme, really insane candidates running. And, Lombardo did call for an Arizona style audit, but then he also said Joe Biden won. He did get Trump's endorsement in the primary, which usually to me means bad things about a candidate. But I don't know. Is he kind of a normie? Like if this was 2014, would we all be like, that's a good Republican candidate?
I think your description as someone outside of Nevada is very apt in the sense that it's kind of amorphous, right? You can't quite pin down what he is. And I think it was very fitting that this week in Nevada that Glenn Youngkin came to do an event with him, because Youngkin too was considered like masterful in the way that he got Trump to support him, but kept Trump at arm's length. Lombardo had absolutely no public face on any other issues, except he was the sheriff. He was a fairly popular sheriff, by the way, as most sheriffs are, even though there have been some statistics that show crime is rising in Clark County, where he's the sheriff. But we had no idea whether he was very conservative or even very liberal. Nobody knew. And so during the primary, when he had a fairly robust field running against him, even though he had the most money and the best campaign team. I mean, he had a former senator, Dean Heller, was running against him. He had a guy named Joey Gilbert, a lawyer who was, as he liked to say, Trump from the jump. He was a real Trumpian candidate with all the conspiracy theories and all the rest of it. And he had the mayor of North Las Vegas. So to some extent, Lombardo had to do a nod to what, and you know what the buzz phrase is now, and it's code, Sarah, for Republicans, election integrity. Mm-hmm. He did some of that, and he was a little bit all over the map on that. And then I think that they were a little bit worried about a surge by Gilbert, and that's when they went out and somehow got the Trump endorsement. If Trump was going to endorse in that race, the natural person for him to endorse was Joey Gilbert, who was there on Capitol Hill on January 6th and was a real Trump guy. Now, Trump's former political director, Chris Carr, is working for Lombardo, and I think that had something to do with it. But now, what do you do with that Trump endorsement in the general? You don't talk about it at all, right? And you try to moderate, including, and I hope it's okay if I bring this up now, on abortion, which Lombardo, to some extent, has been all over the map on. And just as recently as this week said he would fight against an abortion ban after saying, disgorging some really pro-life rhetoric during the primary.
Yeah, look, I really want to get into what these voters think about Lombardo, but you brought up Dean Heller, and I just have to ask you, what happened to Dean Heller?
It's almost a political tragedy what has happened to Dean Heller through the arc of his career. And I go way back with him all the way to the time when he was in the assembly, and he was a maverick Secretary of State fighting against the establishment. And then he almost lost in a primary for Congress in 2006. And he's never been the same. And this was kind of the nadir, this campaign. He was so desperate to win that he would say almost anything. Joe Biden's an illegitimate president. The Clark County registrar of voters should be fired because of all the voter fraud. There's no evidence, of course, of voter fraud. I mean, it was really a sad, pathetic ending to his career.
Yeah, and then for him to get crushed, too, to basically just like act like a lunatic like that and then just get crushed. I don't know why he took that run there. Okay. I hear you on the Lombardo's tough to pin down. Let's hear what the voters said.
He sounds like he has made up his mind before he's listened to all of the options. I want a politician who truly does listen to the people because he's voted to represent them. And it concerns me when somebody gives the message from their past experience that their thoughts, their opinions, their ideas are more important than the constituency for which they represent.
From what I've seen and heard so far, I do not like the guy. He just seems like the Gestapo type. Like he wants to rule rather than serve the state. But I have to do more research because, I mean, it could just be, bad press and everything else. I may not have seen and heard the truth. So, like I said, most likely I'm going to be voting for Sisolak, but I do want to give Lombardo a chance. I just want to learn more about him first.
I don't know a lot about him. I know he's pro-life, and I mean, I guess I have to make some concessions. I think he'll be stricter. I think he'll be more his own person. You know, I think he'll help the police department a lot more, hopefully, because when all this stuff went down, everybody from California was coming over here and acting a fool and just doing all kinds of crazy things on the strip. And people were just acting crazy. And I would just like to see some law and order restored to Vegas again, I guess, you know, as much as can be restored, because people are just nuts right now. There's no law. People are being let out of jail. People don't have to post bond and they're let out. I just want more. I want to feel safer in Las Vegas. I don't feel safe right now.
So the thing with running a sheriff when crime has been kind of in a bad place, would they blame him for the fact that crime has risen since he's been sheriff, or would they be excited by the idea of a sheriff because crime's a problem and they want somebody who will tackle crime? And I would say it was like a little bit the latter. Like, to the extent that the sheriff mattered, it was like a positive, except for the woman who called him the Gestapo. They didn't seem to hold him responsible, is what I'm saying, for crime in Las Vegas. No one's like tagging him with that. What are you hearing about him out there?
I have to tell the story, Sarah, because it was really comical. They decide to take the Trump endorsement, and Trump makes a visit very early on in the campaign so they could get it out of the way. And what is the quote that is the takeaway from Trump's visit? "This is a cesspool of crime." As he's standing next to the sheriff he has endorsed who's running for governor. Of course, that was the headline in every story, and that soundbite was all over television. It's interesting because the abhorrence of Nazi analogies aside, there's nothing that he has said that makes him seem that way at all, but maybe it's just the law enforcement sheriff that causes that. But the most important thing is I really do think people do not know much about him. There is no evidence that Joe Lombardo had any positions on any issues that are relevant to a governor's race. And so one of two things has happened since then. Number one, he has read up on these things and he's developed these positions, or he's hired this high-powered campaign team and they have told him, here's what you need to say in all of these situations, and we will be able to win because there's going to be a red wave and people don't like Sisolak as much as they did when he was elected. I still don't know the answers to some of the questions. For instance, on abortion, he is really now given some contradictory answers to questions. And I really think that Sisolak, among other Democrats in this state, really thinks that issue could be the deciding factor in the race.
There's no doubt as we get into the next section, it's going to become clear how big a role that was playing with voters. But I do want to just ask one more question about the crime. As somebody who loves Las Vegas, as I do, because I'm a degenerate gambler. I went there for my 40th birthday and haven't been back. And so has it descended? Crime was clearly on people's mind. What's it like out there?
It has not changed appreciably to where people are scared to go out on the streets or anything like that. Sarah, these things ebb and flow. There is nothing that's really happened to change that. And I do think that Lombardo can point to certain statistics that can make the case that he's done a good job, and Sisolak will point to other statistics that he's done a bad job. But I really hate to contradict the former president, but we are not a cesspool of crime out here.
Hey, one last question, actually. So there's this really horrific and disturbing case of the Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Gearman, who was allegedly murdered by a local Democratic official, Robert Tellis, and the sheriff who is overseeing this very just insane case is none other than Joe Lombardo. And so does that impact anything one way or another?
So the story is, as you mentioned, insane. This is a very obscure public official. He is the public administrator. Nobody even knows what he does. Anyhow, there's a ton of evidence against this guy, and it appears that he committed this murder. It is an absolutely insane and absolutely horrible horrible, horrific story that has rattled a lot of people in our business here, including me, by the way. Sarah, it's just a terrible, terrible story. But it's clear that Lombardo got involved in this very, very early on. Whether he thought he needed to as the sheriff, whether there were political considerations. I don't even want to speculate on that. Even though there have been Republicans who have tried to make an issue of the fact that he's a registered Democrat, I don't think that has had any resonance whatsoever outside the Twitter feeds of geniuses like Rick Grinnell. So I don't think that the killing of Jeff Garriman, which is absolutely nightmarish, is going to have much of an effect on anything.
And, as you point out, for people who are in journalism this has got to be this like terrifying, horrifying event. I didn't actually expect to go down this road, but now that we're talking about it, what has that been like for all the journalists out there? Like, how are people feeling now?
Well, I think especially his colleagues at the Review Journal, and I used to work at the Review Journal, are really, really terribly, terribly rattled by this. And they've done, by the way, a spectacular job of covering of this story. And I think they were instrumental in helping to get this guy arrested. But I can't imagine what it would be like to cover a colleague's murder. But I think everybody in journalism, listen, I think this is in some ways a one-off. This is a guy who was unhinged. Jeff Garriman wrote these pieces about him having an affair with somebody in the office. His wife left him. And so it appears allegedly that the guy just became unhinged and killed this journalist. And I think that trying to graft anything else onto this, whether it's for partisan reasons or otherwise, is really a fool's errand. But it's unsettling. It's a different world now than when I started in journalism in the mid-1980s, Sarah. And friends have called me and said, be aware of your surroundings, be careful, all that stuff. I don't even know what that means, really. It's just we live in a world now where if someone wants to get you, they can probably get you. And that's kind of frightening.
Yes, terrifying. Okay, let's switch gears and go back to the Senate race. So Senator Cortez Masto, she won narrowly in 2016. The Hispanic vote, as we've been talking about, is shifting slightly more to the GOP. And we know that people are down on Biden and the Dems. So this is, and probably still is, one of the top pickup opportunities for Republicans. And that Emerson poll that I'd referenced before had Adam Laxalt leading by about 1%. But what was interesting to me, and this goes to the sort of thing I raised at the top, the delta between Biden's sort of poor numbers and even the dissatisfaction with Democrats and how it translates to the individual candidates, people were still on board with Cortez Masto. Let's listen.
She's kind of like a big impact on like the women issues that we were facing. When I was mentioning campaigns earlier, how they'll say like negative stuff, I think there's like a negative one about her, but it wasn't too like impactful where it was like, oh my gosh. And she spoke on like the abortion ban too.
I think she's, doing okay. I wouldn't say great, but it seems like she kind of goes to bat for Nevada. I'm not saying, I always land on their side, but I think we could do worse for sure.
I love Cortez Masto. I think she does her best to serve the Nevadans. She's doing great with healthcare, lowering the cost of medications. And she's working with law enforcement. She's doing a great job, in my opinion.
Are you surprised that people were as favorable towards her as they were?
A little bit. One of the frustrations for Democrats here, ever since Catherine Cortez Masto first came into public office as the state's attorney general, Sarah, is that she really is the definition of a workhorse and not a show horse. And whether you like her politics or not, that's true. She doesn't go out there and do a lot of press conferences, seek publicity. And that has been a frustration for Democrats who think that you should at least be doing the basics. So a lot of people don't know that much about her. It's hard to, which makes it harder for her opponent, Laxalt, to go after her. So it's all about Biden, Masto, with his, very rote talking points about her. And so the fact is she is running a really, really good campaign. Even smart Republicans in this state will acknowledge that her TV ads have just been really, really good with rare exception. And she's essentially being herself. That is, not flamboyant, not boastful, just here's what I'm doing and being very matter of fact about it. It appears that she is not being conflated as much with Biden as the Laxalt campaign would hope.
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about Adam Laxalt a little bit. He's the former attorney general. He's the grandson of a former senator, Paul Laxalt. And so he was one of the obvious recruits for this seat. But this group did not have very many nice things to say about him. Let's listen.
With the pro-life, but it's not just that. It's with no exceptions for rape, incest, or to save the mother's life if needed.
Right.
That's a definite no for me, no matter what.
It makes me question when it comes to other situations other than abortion, if you're just going to be narrow-minded and not thinking what's best for the people that's supposed to be supporting you and you're supposed to be supporting them. That means you're only supporting a select range of people, and that doesn't look positive for like anyone unless it's benefiting them. So I don't like that, because I would rather someone like at least take into consideration everyone's standpoint, especially with Nevada being so diverse. That's like an important thing that a candidate would need. And it seems like if it's one decision, that's like all he's sticking to. So yeah, no.
I'm undecided. I just know that he ran for governor a while ago and lost. And pretty much, I know that he's pro-life, and it's kind of extreme. And just from what I've seen on the commercials for Catherine Cortez Masto bashing him, and then now there's a new one that came out. Well, she was saying that he was like the child of wealth and privilege, and he went to these Ivy League schools, and he went to like a $40,000 a year high school. And then now there's his commercial that came out and is saying that he was raised by a single mom and they were poor, or they weren't, whatever was it the Catherine Cortez Masto's camp is putting out in the commercials. So I am going to be getting on the internet and doing some digging of my own, because it's like from one extreme to the other. So which one is true?
Okay. So this is where abortion was like the whole ball game. And I got to say, in both cases, in both the governor's race and the Senate race, as down as people were on Biden and as down as people were on just the environment and on Democrats, when we did the heads to heads, and we make everybody, we try not to let them wriggle out of it. We're like, elections held tomorrow. Who do you vote for? In the governor's race, all but one went Sisolak. But in this race, the head-to-head, it was unanimously pro-Cortez Masto. They were all said if the election was held today, they would vote for her. There's this one woman, and she was the last one talking there, where she's like, I got to get on the internet and find out. I got to do more research. But she was still leaning Cortez Masto if you made her vote on it. Does that sound right to you? Like, does that feel like where the state is? Like, kind of down, kind of unenthusiastic, but at the end of the day, they're going to come home to the Dems because these Republicans, especially in Laxalt's case, feel too extreme, especially on an issue like abortion?
I hate to make pronouncements. I've learned this lesson in mid-September about an election in November, Sarah. But what was really interesting to me and confirmed some both specific data and anecdotal data that I heard out there is the difference between the vulnerabilities of Sisolak and Catherine Cortez Masto, more because of their opponents than themselves. You suggested that all of them were pro-Cortez Masto when the gun was put to their head to say how they would vote. They were anti-Laxalt, and
you're right.
But I mean, really anti. And even though some of them slightly may have misstated his abortion position, Laxalt's position history is really something. And I hate to belabor this, and I won't go on too long, but I think it's good background for people to know. In 1990, there was a referendum passed in this state to cement the pro-choice statute 24 weeks into law, meaning it could not be changed again except by referendum. And it passed 2-1. And polling shows more than 30 years later that is still where that is. When he ran for governor, Laxalt suggested he might try to start a referendum, which is the only way you can do that, to change that. He has subsequently said he wants Nevada to be a pro-life state. He has said Roe versus Wade is a joke. And by the way, he wants a referendum for 13 weeks instead of 24 weeks, saying that is where most Nevadans are. Yet, just this week, Sarah, when he was asked what his position was on the Graham bill, the 15-week bill, he refused to answer. Now, he refuses to answer most media questions, but what he did is he had his spokesperson put out a statement saying the bill's not going to pass anyway, so I'm not going to take a position on it. And he has claimed, which is absolutely risible to me, that he would vote against a federal abortion ban, which no one who has followed his positions on abortion over the years believes. And it seems to me that all the statements he's made has trickled down to the point where voters do get the sense that he is very, very pro-life. And he is.
Yeah, I mean, this is what came through loud and clear. And I think that, obviously everybody's thinking about, okay, how does abortion affect the midterms? This is just one of those races where it could end up being definitional. It could be that Cortez Masto was in real trouble. People were frustrated, bad environment. And then, she gets an opponent like Adam Laxalt, who, because of where he's been on abortion and because he's been very clear, big pro-life advocate, that he can't turn around and run away from it. And you're right. This is a point I try to make, but I did it backwards here. When I said pro Cortez Masto, what I should have said was anti Adam Laxalt, because the thing that is happening in so many of these races, and it's why I wanted to do the focus group with this kind of group, that we're seeing is the environment's bad for Democrats. Like, that hasn't changed. When you ask them open-ended questions, they bring up inflation and crime and the economy. And yet, when you show them the head-to-head, you show them these Republican candidates, whether it's Laxalt or Blake Masters or Oz, or the new New Hampshire nominee Bolduc, right? They're looking at them and saying, these people are too extreme. They're weird. They're out of step and they're crazy. And a lot of the extremism, that the thing that they put their hands on to sort of articulate the extremism, the thing that they know about oftentimes is the abortion position. And that, to me, is how abortion is really, I think, having a big influence in sort of the tide turning right now, despite the environment still being tough for Democrats.
Sarah, it's interesting. We like to talk about races either being a referendum on the incumbent or a choice.
Yep.
Both of the elections we're talking about, you have Democratic incumbents who know the atmospherics out there are bad for Democrats. And so they have decided to do everything they can to make this a choice rather than a referendum necessarily on their record. And they don't want to be associated with high gas prices, inflation, the Biden administration. And the differences that are really illuminated in the focus groups for me is the difference, even though it might be slight, it could be significant, between the governor's race and the Senate race, and that Lombardo is still, I'll use the word again, amorphous to some voters. And so there are some of these Dems who might consider voting for him, while Laxalt is much better defined already based on his past statements, based on being attorney general and an election denier and all the stuff with abortion. And so that choice is clearer to them. But the fact that they knew that they had to make both of these races choices rather than referendums on their own record is very significant. I think Sisolak's running a good campaign, but his problem is that a Lombardo is not defined as well for all the reasons I discussed as Laxalt is. And that is why I think that Republicans are more confident in the governor's race than they are in the Senate race. Here, one more thing, sir, I have to say this because you did what almost nobody else has done in the national media, which is to lump Laxalt together with Masters and with Herschel Walker, with Oz. Laxalt's a terrible candidate. He's a terrible candidate. But because he has the name Laxalt, which people still think resonates because of Paul Laxalt, who was in office 50 years ago or so, half of Laxalt's relatives did ads against him in 2018. They don't even like him. So the Republicans nationally like to play up Laxalt as some kind of great candidate. He's a terrible candidate. If he wins, it will only be because there's a huge red wave in this state.
I'm so glad that you framed it like that, because this is something that I find myself just saying over and over again to people when people are like, yeah, the environment's changing because of abortion and Trump is putting himself back on the ballot. Those things are true. But one of the big things that caused the shift is that once the primaries were over, people looked up at these candidates that had emerged from the Republican primaries and went, are you serious? Like, these are terrible candidates. And like the people that Trump endorsed in these primaries almost uniformly turned out to be pretty awful candidates. And many of them, just because they're so extreme in general and they're Trumpy and they're, election deniers, but that also means that there's like a pretty strong Venn diagram where they also happen to be extreme on abortion, where I think going into some of these races, they didn't realize how central that was going to be. And so they ran sort of a normal, intensely pro-life primary campaign. And now a lot of those comments are going to come back and hurt them. But yes, this idea that like these are bad candidates and Laxalt is one of these bad candidates cannot be understated.
I just want to say one other thing, and I don't even know if we have time to talk about this, but two of the really disturbing things to me that came out of the focus groups, and they're related to what you just mentioned, is that absolutely nobody knew who was running for Secretary of State.
All right. Hold on. You're just jumping ahead of me. So listen, I want to end on this particularly dark note because Nevada has a Secretary of State race and no one in this group knew what the Secretary of State does. They didn't know who was running. And that's a real problem because the Nevada Secretary of State oversees elections. And I want to give you a sample of what the Republican nominee, Jim Marchant, thinks.
I ran for Congress in 2020, and I believe that I was a victim of election fraud, my opinion, and I believe that there was a lot of shenanigans going on there that caused me not to win. The 2020 result is because of that plan that they hatched back in 2004. We haven't in Nevada elected anybody since 2006. They have been installed by the deep state cabal. I call them the cabal.
Yeah.
And they are well-funded and evil. So they don't want us to exist, and they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that we don't have any impact on their power.
Yeah. So you and me, same page on the Secretary of State thing. And I would say it was troubling in the group because people don't want to vote for someone who tried, as Marchant did, to overturn the 2020 election. They also didn't care that much. It wasn't this galvanizing reason to vote against him. Even after we told them some of this guy's, crazy things, this one guy who was going to vote for Sisolak, going to vote for Cortez Masto, was still willing to throw this guy a vote and wasn't bothered by the election denial stuff. Let's listen.
So I really think that people do things for ulterior motives. So if Trump being Trump and them being businessmen, I think that was a business decision. What if the counting went on and he wound up winning? Because I'm old enough to see it happen before. Because I remember a president getting announced and then they said, oops, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. So I think that they were just covering their bases and, doing what they felt would be best for themselves at that time. So, I wouldn't hold it against them.
Now I'm sorry. I stopped you, but because I wanted to do the whole setup. But now tell me everything you think about the Secretary of State race.
Well, we'd have to do another 4 podcasts for me to do everything, Sarah. Let me just lead off by saying it is the height of cynicism for a lot of these Republican consultants to be telling their candidates that don't worry about if you're an election denier, people don't care about it that much. And unfortunately, that's validated by this focus group. It's not a galvanizing issue. And I won't go too much into this, but it is a galvanizing issue for me and anybody who follows this and is a really informed person. It is so dangerous what is going on. And there is no person more dangerous in this country than Jim Marchant in the Secretary of State's position. You heard just a snippet of him there. He is totally unhinged. He goes to the Mike Lindell conferences. He said no one's been elected here since 2006. He was elected into the assembly since 2006. So these people like Marchant just say these things without regard to whether they're on this planet or not. And it's frightening because if he were to become the Secretary of State, the things that he has said he will do, he's already gone around the state in some of the rural counties where, by the way, Trump won in landslides and gotten them to change the whole way they administer elections with paper ballots. And he's gotten his own clerk in one fairly larger than some other rural counties. And so there is so much at stake here. And the real danger, of course, is if the Democrats cannot illuminate this. And he has a very good candidate running against him who's never run for office before and is not that well known. They better start doing something soon. That if there is a bad atmospherics on November 8th, for the Democrats, people aren't going to pay attention to the Secretary of State or something like the state treasurer, which is also a very important race. And you have someone who's even more unhinged, believe it or not, than Jim Marchant running for state treasurer against one of the best state treasurers we've ever had. And this is the Democrats' best chance if they can take advantage of it, Sarah, which is there's so many bad Republican candidates running, but people just are not paying that close attention. And listen, I think you'll agree with me when you listen to these focus groups and they're not paying close attention to governor and U.S. Senate. Think about how close attention they're paying to down ballot races that could be really important.
Yeah, I tweeted after this focus group something like nothing keeps me up more at night than the fact that Americans seem to both not know who the Secretary of State is that is running in their state, nor what the job entails, because it is so important. It's at the center of this whole conversation around elections. And this Jim Marchant guy is, he's the head of some, weirdo coalition of like America First secretaries of state, which includes this like Christina Caramo in Michigan, across so many of these swing states. They have really, really frightening Secretary of State candidates, Mark Fincham in Arizona that could get swept in with Carrie Lake. Like, people need to be paying attention to these, because if Carrie Lake, who I think still stands a really good shot of winning because she was a newscaster, because she's so compelling and charismatic to a lot of people, we could find ourselves in such a dangerous place. And you dealt with this, right? Like, Nevada was one of those states where you had Laxalt running around with Grinnell, people who were out there saying, yeah, the election was stolen. They were like trying to get it overturned. Aren't people alarmed about this? Why doesn't locally this just like freak people out more?
I don't know the answer to that. And I think it's because people just want to be done with it and they want to move forward. But it is so dangerous. And by the way, Nevada is a perfect test case. And you described it accurately. Laxalt and Grinnell and Schlapp and the head of the Republican Party here and others were making all kinds of wild claims, all of which were eventually debunked about Biden not winning here and stealing the election. Biden won here by 33,000 votes. But it's an object lesson, I guess. There was a Republican Secretary of State here. She's the only statewide elected official who's a Republican. And she is very conservative, was a very conservative legislator. And she withstood incredible pressure from national and local Republicans to stand her ground and not put up with any of that nonsense. But if it had been Jim Marchant there, it is frightening to think of what might have happened. And to have a Republican Secretary of State who actually said there was no fraud, we've looked into this, and be really offended that this was going on. If you elect a bunch of Secretary of States like Jim Marchant across the country, that's frightening. It will change the way elections are run. It's bad enough what Trump and company have done to undermine faith in elections. Imagine if you had these kinds of secretaries of state overseeing elections with the immense power that they have to essentially change results.
It's dark, my friend. It is dark and scary, and I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it, because it's something that's been on my mind as well. John Ralston, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on and talking to us about your home state, Nevada. It has been so illuminating. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of The Focus Group. We will catch you again next week.